Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Sometimes I'm gaining, then again I'm losing. Sometimes I'm rising, yes, sir. Then again I'm falling. Let Jesus work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Please, your Father would work it out. Oh, let God work it out. Oh, work it out. You work it out for Mother Lisa.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is David Patrick Harry with Church of the Eternal Logos, and I'm joined by my friend and scholar, Baselet Analyzer. How you doing, sir?
Pretty good, man. What a wild summer. This
I
is,
know, right?
I don't even know what to call this anymore. They say it's brat summer. It's Charlie XCX brat summer.
Well,
But
we
now it
knew
looks
that
like it's something
2024 was
different.
going to be a wild year, and it
Yeah.
hasn't
Yeah.
disappointed.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
It began with what, aliens down in Miami? That was like January 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, I mean,
it's only gotten crazier.
I think the lead up to November is going to be especially insane, obviously.
Oh my God, yeah.
So who knows what could happen?
For everybody watching, we have an open panel today. We're going to be discussing the failed assassination attempt on former President Donald J. Trump, the Republican nominee now for presidency. The RNC has casted their vote, and he's now announced his VIP, J.D. Vance. Yeah. And so BLA and I, we're going to talk a little bit about it, kind of our perspective on everything. We're going to cover a handful of facts about the situation, what occurred, watch a few videos, and then we're going to open up the stream to anybody who wants to join. We just asked you keep it TOS appropriate, obviously. The general request for anybody who joins. But before we get into anything, I mean, what's your thoughts? What was your takeaway? What were you doing when you found out?
I was on the way to a buddy's house, and I got a text from our homeboy Jethro, and he said,
"Shout out Jethro."
Yeah, and he just said Trump, and I said I knew it had to be something when he says one word like that, and I said, oh boy, what is it? What's the shenanigans? And he said they just took some shots at him, and I said, LOL. Okay, and that was it. I mean, because I'm not laughing at the thing. I'm saying that because I guess, when you're, everybody here knows this, when you're around, when you're as old and wise as we are, when you're around long enough, nothing really, it's kind of like with 2020, nothing really surprises me. And plus we've heard enough about that we expected this sort of thing, just from Alex alone, for knowing that this sort of thing was coming up.
Multiple people,
yeah,
Tucker and Alex have been warning about the assassination attempt.
Yeah. And I think that, that's not just something people said. I mean, I really sort of took that seriously, because that would be the end game of the thing. With everything that we've experienced especially over the last 8 years, that would be the thing. And I don't think it's over. I think that my take is from all this and I know a lot of people are saying that it's dangerous that this could possibly happen again. I doubt that it will happen like this again in an overt sense. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it did, but I don't think it will. But what I'd actually be more worried about would be that if something happened to the other guy and then it was blamed on MAGA retaliation or something, something along those
totally
lines.
See that.
Yeah. So,
and I know Alex, I caught a couple of his quick videos he posted on X. He's been warning about now a poisoning attempt, because he thinks that there'll be more attempts on Trump, but it's not going to be as explicit as a gunshot. So he was worried about truck bombs and poisoning and stuff like that. So God willing, that doesn't happen. But, I was FaceTiming with my fiance who's in Germany, and we were talking, and I just happened to open up X, and it was like just a couple minutes after it happened. Mm-hmm. And I saw the video of him grabbing his ear and then dropping down. And obviously you hear the gunshots. And at that point, you didn't know if he was injured. You didn't know if he got shot somewhere else. There's just mass chaos. Nobody knew what was going on for like the first 20, 30 minutes. And so I called my mom, because I know my mom and dad are big MAGA supporters. Mm-hmm. And they're gone for the summer. And I just assumed that they're watching the rally, because they like to watch Trump's rallies. So I called them, and my mom was already in tears because they were watching it live when it happened. And again, they didn't know what was going on. I called my mom, and I could hear her crying. She goes, "Can you believe it? Can you believe it?" And then,
yes, I can. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll just say that already, in the chat, like Sky's the Limit says it was a 20-year-old guy who did it, though, and not the elite. But that's not the point. It's a fine point, but I think that if we've seen hundreds of videos of this happening in other places, right? In the CIA's counterterrorism, anything with counter in it means assassination, and we've seen this I don't know how many millions of times in foreign countries and all this stuff. And I remember I mean, I was 1 when the Reagan thing happened, and I remembered it from the time when it was happening, because I was born a staunch Reagan. No, but I remember this happening with Reagan, and it is, there are similarities with Reagan, and there's a bunch of movie references that, I don't think that it's necessary. It's not necessarily like the guys in programmed Manchurian Candidate MK Delta sub Project 119 guy or whatever. Right. I think that it was the process that enabled the thing to happen, and anybody can see that events are sort of coming to this weird confluence in this river of possible assassination that was bound to happen. Right. So I think what's worth looking into, all of this is worth looking into, and all the opinions, are fine. I just think that it's really worth looking into the overt thing that we saw on camera, because that's the only evidence that we see so far. So
right. No, and again, I'm with you. I don't think he's a MK Ultra, years of brainwashing, hidden assassin. But I do think that there is some serious malfeasance that brings suspicion to whether they knew it was going to happen or not. Mm-hmm. So I mentioned to you, this is something that broke within the last hour, is that we are now confirmed that a police officer actually saw him on the building, not 2, not 3, not 4 minutes before the shots, but 30 minutes before the shots fired. And that, again, if you guys go check news, just look up police officer shooter spotted 30 minutes. You'll see everything that I'm mentioning. It's already made public. And so, of course, everybody is very skeptical on the counter snipers sitting on the roof, allowing the guy to get off 8 shots before they shoot him in the head. I mean,
that's insane.
That makes zero sense. The fact that he was able to scale the ladder, I was, and we'll check out some of this stuff in here in just a few. I got all the tweets and stuff pulled up so we can look at the information. But there's a ladder, and everybody was speculating, because you could see it on Google Maps, that there was a ladder to a little, looked like a corridor or a hallway that connected the 2 buildings, which he used to get on the roof. Yeah. And people are saying, well, how, there's a ladder right there. How did they not spot it? Well, it turns out from what I understand, that ladder is fixed. So it's permanently placed against the building. It looked like it was kind of like a step ladder placed against the side. Well, apparently it's a fixed ladder, but how did they not suspect that would be something that they need to guard? And it's come out today that the building that he was on top of was the staging area for the local police. So you're telling me the local police department was inside the exact building that has a permanently attached ladder that the shooter got on, and apparently was seen 30 minutes before I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Dude, it's insane. It's insane. Even the diagram of the place, the stage is here, the crowd is here, there's a building here, and then the building is right there, and then there's a water tower. I mean, it's insane. And that, okay, so I'll say this. So I think that there is some validity to the fact that when there are mass events like this, that first of all, people act in insane ways, and it's never as expected. And, if you've ever been, for instance, I hear, I hear gunshots all the time, every day, all the time. And I don't think that I flinch or anything. It's just a thing that but then there are people that go insane. There are different reactions people have to this. So a lot of times when something happens, people kind of stop and wonder, is this real? What's right. happening? And they don't even move, judging by the audience reaction behind it. But also people do slip into places and situations all the time. That obviously happens. If this were a different event, and I would say especially if it was a foreign event, and you have a gray man, you have some sort of assassin or a programmed guy or military. The whole purpose is that you fit into a crowd. But this is so wild. This is he's right there.
And it came out last evening, according to Dan Bongino, who was former Secret Security, that one of his sources that is currently Secret Service, his former Secret Service, not Secret Security, but Secret Service agent. And according to one of his sources, they said that local police and the Secret Service identified that exact shooter as suspicious before the event started, and said they lost sight of him before the event took place. Which, again, makes no sense. Makes no sense.
Yeah, so one of the first things I thought was, how long is it going to be until he's identified as a lone nut gunman? That's always what they do. And the second thing will be, how long is it till we find out his social media presence and whether he was in a Discord server or he was on 4chan or something, and who was the federal agent that was talking to him, and how long is it going to be till they say, oh, he was on our radar, right? And who knows if that'll still come out. I don't. That doesn't have anything to do with my opinion of the event. I'm just saying those are hallmarks of the thing. But also that, yeah, you're right. I mean, the sniper's job is they're looking at the rooftops. Their whole purpose,
and they're aimed right at where. I mean, they didn't even have to move the sniper when they fired. It was already aimed.
Crazy. And also, you look at the Secret Service's ads, their Instagram ads and their DEI ads, with fostering inclusion. You look at man, look, anybody who's ever seen videos of one of these things or even a movie, the thing that they always do with the president or the person that that they're handling is they rush them, they duffel them over, and then they get them off the stage. So I'm looking at when I saw the video of this for the first time. First of all, I thought, what is this? He ducks down himself, and then the agent behind him is like ducking, running to him. I've never seen that before. They're ducking themselves, right? Because in the movies, the whole purpose is that they're standing up to take the shots themselves. That's their whole purpose,
right?
And then they get him over, and then you hear the female Secret Service agents going, "What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?" And I immediately thought of Sam Hyde, because the pictures that have come out afterwards of the agent like trying to holster her weapon, she's doing it on the wrong hip, is pure. That's Sam Hyde called that 4 years ago that this would happen.
Right.
It happened with those with the police shootings, and now it happens with this. And also the fact that afterwards you can hear them go shooters down, and then they lift him like he stands up, and they let him get his shoes. They let him put his fist in the air. What if there's another shooter?
Well, did you see the woman that was like ducking down while he was doing the fist pump? I mean,
unbelievable.
Totally exposed his chest.
It's unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. And I think that, usually when we talk about the elites or the system or MIC or corporations or any of these people, and people will often put this off as oh, the people, boomers love to do this, oh, they're so incompetent. I don't believe that's the case for any of these people. That it's not incompetence. Obviously it's a planned program, but with this thing, I looked at it and I went, this is so bad that maybe this is a mix of incompetence. Like you have what's the old British
at best. We can say it's massive incompetence at best.
But there is certainly everybody knows looking at this. You don't have to be a conspiracy person to look at this and go, somebody gave a stand down order. They didn't follow things that the snipers up there, like, what are the rules of engagement? It's like, what? The rules of engagement, it's like, there's a fucking, the guy that they got who's in the BlackRock ad, which is another crazy
Timothy Matthew Crooks. Yeah, the BlackRock video that got taken down immediately once it was known.
Yeah, and then his video that comes out, I don't know anything about the video. Maybe somebody can enlighten me about, but the selfie video where he's like, you got the wrong guy. And you're looking at this guy and you're thinking, could they pick anybody that looks more like he would do that? He looks like the Handy Sook shooter. He looks like Sam Hyde in the meme. I mean, that's what he looks like.
He does.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we know that a few things about, again, what we're told is the shooter is Timothy Matthew Crooks, and he was 20 years old. He donated to progressive Democratic PACs and then registered as a Republican for this recent what was it, the primary, so that most likely he was voting for some other candidate, whether it be Nikki Haley or whatever, because they have an open primary system in Pennsylvania. But he was a loner, so we know for a fact, based on people that went to school with him, he was a loner. He sat by himself at lunch, didn't really have any friends. He's Jewish, and he was told to not join. He tried to join the rifle club at his high school, and they basically banned him or rejected him because he was such a bad shooter that they thought it was dangerous if he was on the team.
Yeah.
There was explosives found in his car and his home. So apparently he had bombs planted inside of his car that it hasn't been, we don't know for sure if he had he planned on a remote detonation of them, or that maybe if he wasn't spotted, he was going to blow up his car to be a distraction. We have no idea what exactly, but we do know that there was explosives found in his car and dozens of guns inside of his room at home. And his dad is a libertarian, registered libertarian. His mother's a registered Democrat, and his father's brother, his uncle, was contacted by the media and said that they have not talked to the family in years, that they basically estranged themselves from the rest of the family. And he said they're very private people. I haven't talked to them in years, and they have no intention of reaching out, and neither did he. But he said he was blown away by the fact that his nephew was the shooter.
The uncle or the dad or whoever's response to it reminds me of the response. You often get this. You got this with when they found the brother of the guy that they said did the Harvest Festival thing, right? And he was like, I don't know, my brother seemed like normal, or whatever. That's just the response. And then also the guy who stabbed the priest in Australia, same deal. The shock and surprise. It's always wild to me when they interview local people and they say, I never would have suspected this. He was just a quiet guy who kept to himself. And it's funny to me because it's like, no, that's the only guy that you would suspect of doing this. The guy who was quiet and kept to himself and never, he's like, hello. Right. I'm not, and by the way, James M, I'm not implied. We haven't implied anything. We're simply talking about the events that happened.
Right.
And that as we saw them, we're giving a kind of basic overview of the event. So I haven't implied anything yet.
I do think the people who believe this to be a set up event and that nobody was killed, there was no bullets, I think that's one of the most outlandish theories, just based on my observation. I've been following it fairly closely since Saturday night. And the interviews of the people, for example, the medical doctor that was covered in blood that helped the man that was shot in the head. I mean, for me, and I'm very familiar with the conspiracies. I'm very familiar with the crisis actors. I don't get that vibes from the people that were doing interviews right after it happened.
I thought the same thing when I saw the interviews of the people afterwards. I was very wary of whether they were going to give hallmarks of being crisis actors like we usually see in these events. I mean, we're highly aware of this stuff. I'm aware of the squib thing. I'm aware of, the all the possibilities with all this stuff. I think that the truth of this is probably somewhere in the middle of all those things. But I also think that I do think that he was shot at. I think the people were real. I have doubts about other particular ones that I probably shouldn't say those particular ones because of
what do you mean?
The toss. Well, for instance, like Harvest Festival.
Bro, share. This is
like
you're in a safe place, BLA. You're in a safe space.
Well, the Harvest Festival, and a lot of the interviews and what people say it was, I'm not sure about whether that's true. I mean, because even back at the time in like 2017 or whatever it was, when people were you have a narrative that somebody is narrating while we're watching the videos, but you don't see it on the video. And I'm still not sure about what happened there. I mean, I think it definitely was not what they say it was. I think this one probably was. I think that immediately people were like, oh no, that's an air gun.
Yeah. BB, it was fake. It was,
and I hear all that
blood in the ear.
And I hear all that. And I think that's certainly a possibility you can throw into it. I don't think it's the case with this one. And also, if he was shot at, and whether, because lefties also are saying like, he wasn't shot with the bullet. It was fragments from the glass, or whatever. But to me, it's the same. If you get shot at and the bullets from the glass get shot into your face, then you've been shot in the face.
Right.
And so as far as I can tell,
we can all be skeptical. I'm okay with skepticism. I'm just saying what I think based on what I've seen. But according to the doctor's public statement, Trump's, and then people around him, there was a piercing of his ear with a bullet. Now, I know some people are going to say that didn't happen. That's fine. I'm just saying that's what is the narrative. That's what multiple people have said that they've confirmed. Dana White did an interview today on the Pat McAfee show. He's in Italy. He said he talked to Trump 30 minutes after he got out of the hospital, and said that there was a piece of his ear missing from where it got shot. So again, believe what you want, believe what you guys want. That's fine. We're just here to share our perspective on everything. Want to give a major shout out to Rachel Wilson's been a COTEL crew member for 15 months. She says, great to see you two streaming. Well, thank you very much, sister. Feel free to hop on, Rachel, if you want, when we open it up here in just a few, if you want to share your perspective, because Rachel echoed again the same sentiment that we just shared. After watching the interviews, she stated this on X: I don't get the crisis actor vibe that I get from other events. So, just like Las Vegas, some of the interviews were strange. Not saying that people weren't killed there. So you don't have to have a crisis actors for events that didn't happen.
Right.
People can die, but this seemed different. I don't know. Just my take on the interviews and the people that were giving their perspective on everything. The people that were frantic, saying they tried to contact the police for 2 to 3 minutes while the guy was on the roof and couldn't get a response. So,
I mean, it's like, also, I think that this certainly, there's a nuanced thing with this that always occurs. It's that the guy doesn't have to be a programmed assassin, lone nut for this, also to not be a deep state conspiracy. I mean, look, anytime you have a world leader, any world leader, or anybody involved in anything, I mean, it could be Boeing, it could be the Boeing thing, it could be anything like this, and you have somebody who is threatened, or like, you remember when the judge for the Ghislaine Maxwell thing, there was like a drive-by at her house. Remember, her family was shot at, and anytime something like that happens, and then especially when the MSM is like, no, that was it was just local rampant crime. So you're telling me the federal judge lives in the ghetto in the city where no, it was targeted. So I think that, yes, it was targeted, but it can also be, it doesn't have to be that he was put through a training camp at the Hand of Death cult in the Everglades with Henry Lee Lucas. I mean, this can be that he could talk to somebody. It could be whatever, or it could be a general situation where this thing is fostered and where they let it happen.
Well, that highlights the strange fact. I mean, the social media accounts were washed from the internet immediately, and people are still trying to find. They did find that he spent over $1,500 on an OnlyFans girl, and he used his real name on the app. So they did find that, but like Discord deleted his account immediately upon his name being released. And so it's been difficult for people to find his social media print, which is very strange. I do want to address something, because this is one of the ones that I saw many people that I am friends with, not many, but a few, and people that I like and trust. But the narrative about the bracelet on the sniper's wrist, oh my God, he's Jewish. Look at there was no red bracelet. Like they wanted to do the Kabbalah bracelet, like Tucker, everybody's in on it. And I've done streams with a Tucker where he had a rubber band on his wrist, and I was still getting people in the chat saying, look, he's wearing his Kabbalah bracelet. And I'm not saying there aren't people that wear an identifier of, like Madonna's noted for wearing one very frequently. But the narrative about the sniper having a Kabbalah bracelet, well, then people zoomed in on it. Wasn't that at all. He had like one of those like rope type bracelets that guys have, and then it was a rubber band.
Well, look, I got a bracelet from a play I went to last night, Dr. Faustus, but really it was where I met up with my handler at local, 33. So,
right. So that's where, it's like, I'm all for the conspiracies, and I love the skepticism of people doing the investigation. I mean, that was one of the things with this broke. Without X, I mean, we would be totally siloed, and the authority would be given to the mainstream media, where so many people are doing, and that's where obviously on X too, a lot of different theories. There's 3 different names that have been mentioned as the shooter. And right after it happened, it was like this chubby Hispanic guy that was apparently part of Antifa. And maybe there's multiple shooters. We still don't know for sure. What I do know, and what I feel in my heart, and we're going to watch some videos and just bring everybody up to speed on all the facts before we bring people on. I do think that somebody had to have known that it was going to happen ahead of time. It just doesn't make sense to me with the local police there and the Secret Service. And if what is being reported, as I said, an hour before we came live, that a police officer spotted him on the roof 30 minutes before shots were fired, that is unfathomable that somebody wasn't aiding and abetting it. And it doesn't mean all the Secret Service or all the police were in on it. It just takes a few of the higher ups to say, oh, don't shoot, stand down. It's okay. Don't pursue that, and just move people into a sort of different directions. But my personal take so far is that I do think it was a coordinated hit And it could just be that people, again, whether it be the intelligence agents or the deep state, was knowledgeable, but that this guy was going to act that day. At best, as we said, it's just total incompetence. But I lean more towards the side that there was some complicity in the event.
Well, I think it's worth looking at. One of the things I sent you beforehand was it's worth looking back into, especially the thing that always comes to mind with this is the speech by Mr. X in the Oliver Stone movie, JFK, because it's Fletcher Prouty. It's based on Fletcher Prouty. And one of the things he says in this, because it's relevant to this, first of all, when he's talking about Kennedy, because it's the same sort of thing. He says, I never realized Kennedy was so dangerous to the establishment. Is that why? Well, what's the real question? That's the real question, isn't it? Why? The how and the who is just scenery for the public. Oswald, Ruby, Cuba, Mafia keeps them guessing like some kind of parlor game, prevents them from asking the most important question, why? Why was he killed? Who benefited? Who has the power to cover it up? Who? He says, the organizing principle for any society is for war. And I think that that's obviously, in terms of the why, the part of this whole thing is obviously Trump has, I'm just looking at this. I don't care about, I'm not voting, any of that stuff. But what I'm saying is that part of this is that Trump's stance on war, which is, yes, I know that he got the guy in Iran. But his stance on war and ending the Obama drone strikes and all that stuff is obviously one sort of threat to the establishment. Now, I know that there's warp speed and all that, which is a lot more was accomplished under Trump for the establishment, probably than ever. I mean, the whole warp speed was part of this. But I think that one of the things about Trump's, what he says is, in terms of ending the war in Ukraine and stuff in the Middle East is obviously a threat to the interests of MIC. And then what he says here, he says everything is cellularized. No one has said he must die. That's not on paper. Nothing's on paper. There's no one to blame. It's as old. He says a military firing squad, 5 bullets, no blank. No one's guilty. Because everyone in the power structure who knows anything has plausible deniability. There's no compromising connections except at the most secret point. And then this part, he says, he's talking about the assassination and how it came from, they knew that de Gaulle had been assassinated. They knew that JFK was on the list, but he says, we never would have allowed all these wide open, empty windows overlooking Dealey. Never. We would have had our own snipers covering the area. The moment a window went up, they'd have been on the radio. They would have been watching the crowds, packages, rolled up newspapers, a coat over an arm. Never would have let a man open an umbrella along the way. Never would have allowed that limousine to slow down to 10 miles per hour. Never would have allowed all this stuff. And that's interesting because Mr. X and that Fletcher Prouty is part of the presidential security cadre. And so I know that's a movie, but it's interesting for looking at this because it's so simplistic. There's a damn rooftop. There's a rooftop. What, 450 yards away?
It's white.
It's wide open. It's wide open on a sunny day, and there are snipers overlooking the crowd, and he's right there. So I don't think that's obviously not incompetence. There's another whole side.
Something nefarious is at work.
It's something nefarious, and obviously that's been the end point. They want him gone.
And
so
before
badly.
we get into some of the details, because I want to play some of these videos and just talk about it. That way, all the information we know is presented before everybody hops on.
Mm-hmm.
And I have my own criticisms at Trump. I've done multiple streams criticizing aspects of Trump's policies and stuff like that, and have recognized the things that I do agree with that I think are good, some of the nationalistic bent, all that different stuff. But I'm curious what your thoughts are, and I'll state mine. I do believe, I know some people in the chat don't believe that there was a real bullet. They believe it was totally staged. I do think that there was real gunshots. I think real people died. I think 2 other people were injured. And I think that the grazing of Donald Trump's ear was legitimate. Mm-hmm. And I do think that there was something providential. If that was the case, and I'm just saying that's my own personal bias as of right now, it seems like God's providence that he turned his head right before, and that didn't take out a piece of his brain matter.
Yeah, I agree. I think the bullet was real. I think he got shot at. And I think that honestly, he's right here and he goes like this and he would be dead. The back of his brain would be out. I think
it would have gone through, and I got a photo to show the graph. It would have gone through the back of his head.
Now, I don't think that this is like with George W. Bush, where it's like, no, I had a dream, I had a dream. And, I was told that I'm the leader. I think, people looking to Trump, even people who say like, no, he's the false savior. Well, he's not my savior. Not anybody's. This to me, one of the things this points out also is that nobody's coming to save. No person is coming to save.
Yeah,
you.
somebody said Trump's not a savior. That you have again. We are Orthodox Christians. Only Christ is the savior. So even if Trump is elected, it's not like he's going to turn the whole ship around. So that's not our point.
This shows you that when the bad things happen in the world, that you're not going to rely on the authorities of whoever it is to come. They're, when someone busts in your house and whatever the situation is, it's you have to do it. It's nobody else is going to come and save you. So afterwards, it's like with the sniper and the rules of engagement, or you got to wait for it's not going to happen. I do think that. All I know is that I like that his statement afterwards, where he said God alone did this. I like his statement, and God, yes, I think that it was in providence, in God's providence that this happened. But it can also be that bad things happen. You know what I mean? That's not for me to sort of try and delineate.
God's providence doesn't mean it protects. Because I saw he's a homosexual pastor online. But he was responding to Trump's claim that God intervened and saved him, and then all the people are saying that this was providence and that God intervened. And he's saying this is a terrible way to utilize Christianity.
Is that the guy who's like, I've seen too much, which is pornography, fornication? That guy.
No. Well, given that he's married to a man, he probably participates in all that stuff. He's a homosexual, so he's a progressive Christian. But his rebuttal was, well, if God protected Trump, and then brings up, a kid with cancer. It's like, dude, these are two separate things. And we're not saying that God's providence prevents all bad things of occurring. That's ridiculous. But that was this Christian progressive pastor's response to Trump and the narrative that's going on online. But
my take with this, here's my take. My take is that that events like this are capital E events. We expected something like this to happen. When we look for the thing to happen, usually it doesn't happen in the way we thought, especially with timelines. The whole nature of intelligence operations is conspiratorial. I'm not saying this isn't specifically all in an intelligence operation, but certainly they have been involved throughout this thing with getting rid of this guy. I'm not saying that he's not the savior. But I do think that the result of this is interesting. And I think that it's great that people look into this, and even when they go into ballistics and when they look, that's what the internet's for. And people can spend their time doing that, and they can have their own opinions. And a lot of that is valid because a lot of it's proven by history and certainly true. It's even possible. It's a possibility that it's a staged op to get him elected and to gain favor. Sure, that's a possibility. Why wouldn't it be? I don't think it is, but I think that's certainly a possibility.
Right. And I just want to clarify, because there's a guy named like Donnie Darkened on X, which his whole X account is based on Donald Trump being the Antichrist. And again, as an Orthodox Christian I've done multiple streams diving into eschatology and looking at that doesn't qualify for anything regarding the historicity of the Antichrist. So for me, Trump is neither a savior that's going to save us. I think if he was elected, certainly it's better than the opposition. It may prolong the demise of the empire. It may help me out financially. Maybe taxes go down, the real estate market. Who knows what. So I'm open to all that stuff. So I don't see Trump as a savior, but people that are referring back to scripture or believe that Donald Trump is the to me, that's also ridiculous.
Yeah, I think also that, somebody points out something about being bought and paid for. It's possible for people to be bought and paid for and not even aware that they're bought and paid for. They can accomplish the goals that sort of down the line of those people. I don't, I think being involved in politics at a major level is certainly like that. I mean, that's like with the JD Vance thing, by the way, whose book I have, and I've had it for a while and I haven't read it. I just want to.
Oh, okay, you haven't read. I was going to ask, is it good? Because we can get that was one of the questions I was going to open up to the panel on what people's thoughts on the VP.
Somebody gave me this book years ago, so I just recalled that I had it.
Yeah. I personally, I'm skeptical about JD Vance, but I'm sure it's better than the other nominees that were being offered up as potential VP candidates. Me personally, who I would have loved to see the VP is Eric Prince. The former CEO and owner of Blackwater.
we need a new Phoenix program. Right. Yes.
I mean, seriously, if you try to think like who would the deep state or the globalists or the governmental structure hate more or be more worried to actually be in power than Donald Trump? Again, Donald Trump constantly hires the wrong people. It's Eric Prince.
That's pretty funny. I actually legitimately last week at some point thought, okay, is this going to be Tulsi Gabbard? Is it going to be somebody like that?
I thought it was going to be a woman because he always hires women.
Yeah. But with JD Vance, I really, I will express my ignorance of him. I don't really know anything about, I have the damn book and I haven't read it. I will defer to Kristen on this, Ohio. She knows more about Ohio and these people, than I do. And all I know is that, when Jethro sent me JD Vance's name and as the VP, I responded and I was like, oh, does this mean that he's going to be looking out for the Appalachistanis like us? And then 3 seconds later, never mind, because I saw the Eric Schmidt and Palantir connection and the Yale Law School and all.
Yeah, JD Vance, he's a protege of Peter Thiel.
Yeah. So there you
that's where I'm skeptical. Me personally. I've seen all these people like, oh yeah, this is great. Insurance against assassination. I think, again, I don't know how many people know who Eric Prince is and Blackwater and all that different stuff, but me personally, he's somebody who literally, as a military contractor, who not only was a multi-millionaire, funded Blackwater himself, but literally led operations in some of the most dangerous parts of the world. I mean, that dude's on another level.
I've read his autobiography. I've got it in the other room. I think it's called Civilian Warriors. I read it about 8 years ago, and it's pretty interesting. His stuff really came up again when Trump was talking to him as a possible advisor, because Eric Prince had stated publicly that what we need in Iraq is a new Phoenix program, and I thought that was the wildest thing that I've ever heard.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah. R.I.P. Yeah, he's a Yale guy and was funded by Eric Schmidt, worked for Palantir Peter Thiel. I don't think that this was an intelligence op by Trump's people. I'm not sure if that's even possible, because the tide is obviously so against him with this stuff. They don't even need for that to happen if he were elected, because again, look at what happened last time under him. But yeah, I think it's wild. I think that if anything, the reaction with the fist pump and that's why I want
to get into that right now. Yeah. So hold it. We're going to watch that. Yeah. I have the whole clip because everybody just shows pieces of the whole clip from beginning before the shooting to when he's literally off stage. Siege D throws in $5, says, "Hear from Glenn Lawrence's channel." Oh, awesome, Siege D. Loved your collabs with George Bruno, the Sultan. Yeah, George Bruno. Shout out to George Bruno. He's such a great guy. Kyle and Rachel, DPH, fire emoji. Thank you so much, Siege D. Really appreciate the $5. And if anybody wants to support the channel, support my work, make questions or comments regarding today's topic, feel free to use Streamlabs or Dono Chat or YouTube if you prefer YouTube. And if you're feeling generous, I know people in the chat would love if you gifted some COTEL Crew memberships. That's always beneficial to everybody. So let me pull it up. I want to watch this whole thing first, and this is the full video, and I posted online, like, what do people genuinely feel watching this clip? And that's what I want to ask you. So we're going to watch the whole thing from beginning to end, and I want to get your genuine emotional response to this.
Move his hair. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Get ready. You ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? We're clear. Let's move. We're clear. Let me get my shoes. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes, sir. Hold that in your head. It's bloody. So we got to move to the class. Okay. Watch out. Take a look at what happened.
What are your thoughts?
I need to get my Balenciagas. I left my shoes. Get me my shoes. No, my response to that is kind of twofold. One, we've seen enough of these where it's first of all, my immediate response is that kid behind him right there. I thank God that kid wasn't hurt right there.
Right.
You see that kid on the screen right there. Yeah. And then I think, what about all the people in the crowd behind him? Where did all the rounds go? I guess we're starting to, figure that out, or someone.
I think I have a photo of where the people that got shot were sitting in relative position to the shooter.
Yeah.
So we'll check that out later. But
also, I think that on the one hand, when something like this occurs, I mean, we live in the far zenith of the postmodern era, where things that are real can appear completely synthetic and fictional, because the things that are synthetic look real. And so it's very hard sometimes for people, I think, without even being aware of it, of what is actually genuine or not. I think that the minute that the Secret Service starts talking, they start talking, saying all the stuff like Hawkeye and all that stuff, it just sounds like a movie or something. And I kind of have to move past that, because it's not simulation theory or multiverse or some shit like that. I'm saying that that events like this have such things that are tied in with intelligence operations, especially if that in other cases, especially, seem to be, they're obviously planned to the fact where it looks almost synthetic. But I get a real, like, Trump's reaction from this. I mean, I think it's this happened. I'm watching it right now, and it happened. I'm a little skeptical. It's kind of the reason why I didn't want to watch any of the news right after this happened, because I think what I've learned over time is that oftentimes our opinions of events, especially deep diving into them right afterwards, can belie the truth in some way. And so it takes some perspective I think everybody in a sense should look at this sort of objectively and not try to get caught up and tied up with the emotional reaction one way or another with this. You just have to look at this and go, this is the world that we live in, no matter what happened here, this is what happened. And we have to sort of, take stock of our own lives and look at these things like from a few different angles. But the other thing I thought was that the guy who's standing up behind him for most of it, there's a weird looking guy. And
with his hands on his knees. And he's looking
I haven't seen
to spot the shooter.
And I didn't need anybody to send me this. I could right away when I saw this guy, I recognized this guy. There's a guy that looks kind of unshaven. He's got like a weird hat on. And that is the same guy that 4 years ago they were saying was the Q guy that was JFK Jr. in disguise. I recognize that guy right away. He's that guy right there. That guy with the blazer on and all the buttons on and the hat.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah. That is the same guy that's been at all these rallies, and that Q had pinned on, that this is JFK Jr. In disguise, and he's back to open up the tunnels. And it is, and then the guy beside him with the MAGA hat on looks, I mean, I had to make sure. I think he's in an interview that he wasn't. What's the name of the Fed who was at the Jan 6 thing? When Baked, he lives in the same town as Baked Alaska, and he never got. What's the name of that guy? The guy that I watched the live stream the night of before, and he's the guy. We need to go in there. That guy.
Oh, yeah. The
he looks.
CIA,
I mean, I don't know if it's the same guy, but he looks and he looks and talks exactly like that guy. So
yeah, somebody in the chat will know his name.
Yeah, my point is that these guys, like,
Ray Epps. That's it.
That's it. Yes, thank you, Surfing USA. We are just like bombarded and doused with this stuff nonstop. And so I just don't know. I think also this is part of, whether it's intentional or not, this fits into the narrative of aesthetic terrorism that we get, where the public is completely bombarded and blitzed with nonstop bloodshed and destruction. And it proves that whether anything is fake or real or whatever we're watching, it proves that anything can change on a dime, and that nothing is for certain with this stuff. Anything before November could happen. Anything could happen. So that's what I think.
Well, I generally agree with that. In regard to the emotional dimension, that was kind of the way that I analyzed it, because I do believe, like you, it was a real bullet. And seeing Trump stand up, of course he wanted to put his shoes on, but then like yell fight with the blood. I mean, no matter what you think, I wrote here, the fist pump and yelling fight is truly inspirational, and the mimetic influence will last generations. Like I, as a man, and it's not about politics, it's not about, the MAGA platform, but for me as a man, when I first watched it, that video, I felt inspired to fight for whatever it is that I want and what I'm trying to do in my life, despite anybody trying to move in opposition to it.
I agree. I think anybody going through any sort of hardship as a man, when you see them stand up on their feet and put their fist in the air, is pretty. I agree. It's pretty badass. I mean, whatever happened here, I don't think it was a squib, but like, blood on the face and standing up and putting your fist in the air and saying
and yell fight 3 times
is pretty badass. I mean, it is. So
I think that's one of the most badass. And then of course the image with the blood and the American flag behind him and stuff like that. This was kind of funny. This is a bit of a joke. This is a Donald Trump AI remix of Many Men.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, darling, I can't see. I'm trying to be
who I'm destined to be, and trying to take my life away. Yeah. He's hanging with Wu-Tang right there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just stop it before I get a copyright strike. But
did you see the meme of Mike Lindell with the pillow on top of the roof?
Yeah.
And John Daly with the rifle.
Right. So, and then I just want to cover some of this stuff before and I'll play it. I want to get your reaction, whatever you feel you want to say about anything we go through. But once we get through a few of these tweets, I just want to cover the whole scenario and everything we know now. And then we're going to open it up to an open panel, and I'll share that link with you guys. It's already in the video description of the stream. So if you guys want to hop on and you want to tell us what your thoughts, feel free. The link is in the video description to join the StreamYard. And even if you join, I'll bring you up after we're done with everything. So this is the first one. This was Dana White today talking about his reaction to it, and that he called Trump right afterwards.
How is he? And what does your week look like? And was there ever a thought of him going to UFC Denver?
No, he was never going to UFC Denver. I was on a plane to Italy. So he wouldn't go to the UFC unless I was there, number one. Number two, I've been saying this forever about this guy. He is one of the toughest, most resilient human beings that I have ever met in my life. And let me tell you what, everybody wants to act like a tough guy, right? Everybody wants to act like a tough guy. Well, when the shit goes down, you find out who tough guys are and who tough guys are not. This guy is the legitimate, ultimate American badass of all time. You know, The guy takes a shot at him. He goes down. He stands up, and then he starts chanting to the crowd and fight, fight, fight. I literally was blown away. I called him as soon as I landed. I called him, and he answered, and he was already home from the hospital. And we talked for like 30 minutes. Pat, I'm telling you, I have never known a human being like this in my life. He is literally one of the toughest, most badass guys of all time. And listen, you don't like him. You can say whatever you want about him. It is undebatable now. Literally undebatable. This a sniper tried to take a shot at him and missed him by millimeters. A bullet through the ear. I had a buddy in Boston when we grew up, and a bunch of guys tried to kill him one night outside of a bar. And he was never the same again. He was never the same. He literally moved out of South Boston and went down South Shore and was never the same again mentally after that happened to him. This guy's almost 80 years old. The guy tried to blow his head off. And to have the reaction that he did when he got up, this guy's been a friend of mine for 25 years. One of the greatest human beings I've ever met. He's an unbelievable friend, and he is forever now the ultimate American badass. That picture that you just showed will go down in history 100 years after we're dead.
He's right about the picture for sure. I mean,
yeah.
Look at that picture with the flag behind him. I mean, come on.
It's
yeah, wild shit, dude. That's crazy.
It's awesome. And so this was what I wanted to show you guys again an hour ago. It was right before we started the stream that the 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, who killed tried to kill Donald Trump, was spotted on the roof nearly 30 minutes. I know people in the chat thought I was making that up. They're like, 30 minutes? ? No, I'm telling you, this is breaking news. Before the shooting, one officer at the rally took a photo of Crooks on the roof 30 minutes before. What?
I mean, what did they have? They didn't have a guy on the water tower. They didn't have a guy. I mean, look, it's right there. They didn't have. I mean, I guess even if they did, they still would have. I mean, I don't know.
So unreal. Again, and I just wanted to. This is the footage of the sniper. Again, clearly has the shooter in his sights. Yeah. Has the shooter in his sights, and yet he doesn't shoot. We'll see the shots fired. You can see Donald Trump here once he moves his head. Now he's hit. He's dropping, and then the guy fires, but the shooter got 8 shots off, which is just unreal. And then we don't need to watch these videos. This was just a news recap. This guy right here is like a Pentecostal guy who, I guess 6 months ago, made a prophecy. He had a dream that Donald Trump was going to get grazed by a bullet. Yeah. And he was going to fall down and he was going to be born again. Well, you know, whatever you guys think of that, I'm obviously skeptical of some Pentecostal, but it is what it is. I know it was making the rounds around X. And then here's one of the guys that was an eyewitness. We can check out his testimony real quick. It's not.
This guy looks like he would be at the rally.
Yeah.
Just take me back. What were you doing before the shooting happened, and then what did you see and hear?
I was just standing there like everybody else, waiting for Trump. And as Trump started, I noticed 2 officers that were looking for something or somebody. I was looking around myself and seeing a guy on top of one of the buildings go in between one building to the next, and went and told the officer that he was up there. And when I went back to my spot, I heard that people could still see the person from where they were standing. So I checked that out, and I went back to tell the officer that if he came over there, he could see them. And when I turned my back is when the shots started, and then it took me a second or two to figure out exactly what it was, and then it was just getting out of there and helping some other person out with her child, and we got out, and that was the end of that, and I went and left, and that was.
So a lot of people saw the guy with the red hair. I have that. I don't know. We need to play it. That was one of the first videos that was kind of making the rounds.
I don't know. Things like this guy, you know, he was bullied almost every day. I don't know, because I also heard, you know, that everybody left him alone. And, you know, I don't know about that.
Well, this is one of the guys. that went to school with him. I was going to
Also,
here, let me play it. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know. I also don't know about 20-year-olds donating to political causes. I've never heard that before, and I would be aware of that if that happened. And
sure,
not with, I'm saying in general. And I've never heard of that. I don't know about I don't know what the deal is with the registered Republican thing other than that.
I think, well, he registered this year, so I think it had to do with the open primaries.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's what I meant. Yeah, that's why.
That's a good point.
Because he was registered a Democrat before and donated. It was like $15 or something. It wasn't like a lot of money. It was $15 to one of the Progressive Act Blues. So it was one of the more left-wing organizations. And there's a video of him like yelling at people and that were like pro-Trump or pro-conservative on campus or something. I mean, he looked like he was a bit unhinged in that video. But again, we don't know. But I'm just going to play this video because some people hadn't seen it. This is a supposed classmate of his talking about Timothy Crooks.
Okay.
He was bullied almost every day.
In what way? Can you explain?
I mean, he would sit alone at lunch. I mean, he was just an outcast, and you know how kids are nowadays. So they're going to see someone like that, and they're going to target him because they think it's funny or whatever. So it's the best way I can describe it. And it's honestly kind of sad. Like, I don't want to say this is what provoked it, but you never know.
Yeah. You said he was a loner?
Yeah. I want to say he was a loner more because he was quiet, but like he was just bullied. Like he was bullied so much.
This is high school.
Yeah.
What did do you remember at all what they said to him or called him?
No. He was just made fun of, I guess, for the way he dressed or his appearance. He was
so well, whatever you take from that, I just wanted to play some of this stuff so people saw it. This was Trump's again statement. We can skip that. This is a photo of the guy wearing the Demolition Range. So Demolition Range is a prominent YouTube channel that's pro-guns, and they don't really get into politics. And the guy made a statement today who runs the YouTube channel. Apparently he's a veterinarian. He's a younger guy. Looks like he's in his early 40s or late 30s. And he's got the gun channel. He has another like lifestyle vlog channel, and then he has a veterinarian channel, and he is a veterinarian. So he's the guy who actually runs the YouTube channel is a pretty sharp guy, but he said how upset he was that the guy who attacked Trump, so you could kind of tell he already had conservative leanings, the guy who runs the YouTube channel, that he was wearing his t-shirt. Now, whether that was, I know some people have speculated they may have gave him that shirt again to draw connections between pro-gun YouTube and domestic terrorism, all this different stuff. So who knows the full extent?
Yeah, this would be totally different. For instance, if this was a different guy this had happened to, and we had seen the usual crisis actor thing and the political things that come out of it. So it would be like a 3-for-1, right? You get the censorship of internet because of people's opinions about the thing going down. You get the AR element, so that's obviously taken out. And
apparently it was his dad's gun, so the gun he used was registered to his father.
Right. And then the overall political perspective of it, dealing with the other guy and trying to incite a civil war and all this stuff, which, by the way, as far as that goes, people have, that's a take that people often have that, we're a second away from civil war with this stuff. And I'm not sure I agree with that. I think that it's a hypothetical in the first place, but I'm not sure that, we went through 2020, and if anything had done it, it would have been that. And maybe that this would be a further on from that. I'm not saying there won't be one, but if there was one, it would actually probably look more like the movie Civil War that I covered, which is like a bunch of people in random places doing things and other people living their lives. You can't even tell a war is going on, but there is one going on, which, by the way, that movie also has a scene with an assassination of a Trump character at the end of it.
Yep. Yeah, we talked a little bit about that, and you did a full review over it. Yeah. So here is the gunshot analysis again of Donald Trump turning his head. So it clearly would have gone through the back of his skull, his brain. If he just, again, I think it's providential that he just happened to turn his head. Look at the chances of that bullet only piercing his ear. Yeah. Like that. That is unreal. And then here's the DEI hire. Look at this. She didn't even know what she's doing.
Unbelievable, dude.
This is the chick that couldn't even holster her gun here. She didn't. I mean, she doesn't know what she's doing.
That's what I mean by the postmodern comment that I made. You know, where the memes, you know, the predictive memes become reality. You know, and the reality reflects the memes. It's unbelievable that this stuff is happening. I mean, look at that.
And she's fat. I mean, she's not
what
in
are they
shape.
Doing there?
She's not even in shape.
Imagine, you know, if he had been hit and you had to barrel him off the stage, like they can't carry anything.
No. Oh my God. Well, all the women involved look like they were scared. And there's a video of the audio that was released of when he was being tackled. He was on stage and all the guys were on top of him. That woman right there, the heavyset one, was literally hunching down behind the guys on top of Trump. And you can hear they release, I guess, I don't know, they amplified the microphone there on stage, and you can hear her saying, "Where are we going? Where are we going? What are we doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? What's going on?"
Yeah. Meanwhile, the big Chad with blonde hair, you know, hops up there and he's like on him, and he's, you know, like commanding the whole thing. It's hilarious.
We got Hawkeye.
Here's the BlackRock ad that BlackRock took down just a few after his name was released, because people found out that he right here is in the ad twice. And so very strange, very strange. Again, why would BlackRock even take it down? Right? Even if they did do an ad and he happened to be in it because it happened to be in this Bethel High School, why would they take it down? It's almost like they don't want to go ahead.
About the being bullied, you know, in the AP. I mean, he's an AP econ. He's probably in all AP classes. And I just overall, I know that happens, but overall, I mean, I'm an AP teacher. It doesn't. It's a different population. They're in many schools, they're separated from the regular population. And when the kid said, you know how kids are these days. No, they were like that, but they're not really like that now. For the most part, I know there are obvious exceptions, but I just don't.
In regard to like malfeasance, I just want to play this clip real quick. This is of Dan Bongino, who was in the Secret Service. Just to get that out there, so anybody watches this now or in the future will be able to see it. So this was him last night. This is obviously they're in Milwaukee at the RNC convention, and this was his take on everything.
Area that we can't even think about.
No, it's gross incompetence. I mean, how do you think about it, right? The counter sniper team, they train out, the Secret Service counter sniper team, obviously there to mitigate a sniper threat. They train out to 1,000 yards. So we're talking about, say it was 200 yards. It was actually less than that where this shooter was, right? You're talking about a fraction of what they're trained at. They're also trained to spot guys in ghillie suits, cracked open windows.
Right.
He's on a white roof in broad daylight.
He's on a white roof.
Now, again, it'd be easy for me to say, oh, well, let's not get into Monday morning quarterbacking. Bro, it's not a freaking football game. It's the president of the United States' life. The Secret Service has one job. Well, outside of counterfeiting and protection, is one job. You keep the body alive no matter what. They came within a millimeter of this guy losing his life. I don't understand some of the commentary that's, they did a great job. Well, the body guys, that response was, brave. They ran up there. They didn't know there could have been 10 more shooters.
Right.
No doubt. Know those guys. Pretty heroic what happened there. But the security failure in the perimeter is a complete, total debacle. No one should defend this.
So when you have guys, we just played the sound, when you have fans saying, hey, there's a guy with a gun over there, to multiple law enforcement guys, and they still are just looking around like this and no one. How does that happen?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm getting from a number of sources that people are feeding to me their information, obviously, because they want to fix it. They're concerned, and I think you're going to see a lot of whistleblowers. I'm hearing there were very, very few. I don't want to give an exact number, but very few actual, I don't think anyone else has reported this, actual Secret Service poststanders at that site. That they were temp HSI,
right.
Homeland Security folks, they're great folks. I'm not knocking them, but that's not what they do specifically. We do protection and we're trained for that. So I'm hearing that. I'm also hearing that the counter sniper team, that they had a problem seeing over the elevation. That's why I didn't engage right away.
Oh, come on.
But that's not the problem. The problem, well, it's the problem, but that's not the real. The problem is, where the hell was the aerial visual support? Why was there no helicopter? Why was there no drone? Why was there no FLIR? Why was there no thermal? Forward-looking infrared. How the hell is the crowd acting as the freaking counter surveillance operation?
I know, if that's the best.
So
I also love how the you remember those memes of like the military guarding the McDonald's like in Afghanistan, and then they put like Big Macs in their holsters. You know, you got the Q boomers, and it's like the Q boomer like security comes up with the ARs, and they're wandering across the stage, like what's going on here? It does look very bad.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we don't need to watch this. Andrew covered it yesterday, but like Destiny is gone full in opposition. So he's been laughing and mocking the man who got shot in the head for protecting his wife and daughter. Apparently when shots fired, he leaned over them and he got hit in the back of the head. And Destiny, we're not going to watch it, but I just wanted to bring that point up. And this was Jack Black, Tenacious D, saying that next time don't miss. That was their wish. They're making a wish to this like cyborg robot, and the wish was don't miss Trump next time.
Yeah, guess what, Jack Black? Yeah, fuck you, man. You know, I mean, this guy, I'm sorry, excuse me, but you gotta just get out of here, dude. I'm so sick of hearing that guy.
Yeah.
You
My
know,
favorite take was Jack Black of School of Rock would hate the Jack Black now for literally being a shield for the establishment.
He literally not funny. He was just not funny. It's not even that. He's just not funny with anything.
No, he's not. He's not.
Out of
it's
here.
just, it's almost like the Burt Kreischer. It's just him taking his shirt off and like playing up that he's fat.
Yeah.
Anyways, this was a video of people, again, a full minute before the shots were fired, telling police that the guy's there. You can clearly see him laying down in prone position with the rifle. Look at all these people pointing at him. I mean, it's
crazy.
It's crazy. This was a Canadian sniper who basically has said that this has to be an inside job based on his experience. And he's worked for multiple well-profiled people from around the world being a sniper for him. Again, something that other people have said too. Now, this is really interesting because Roger Stone's been sharing Maxwell Yerrick. And it's this gentleman right here. And I just want to show you guys. So we're told it was math. And I'm not here to say that it's not, Timothy Crooks. It very well could be.
Could be.
But it's very interesting when you look at the ears. So he used to have his ears gauged. This was a man who was arrested for attacking police. He's part of Antifa. And you look at the ears. You see how it's kind of like squared off, like his ear. And it looks like there's a surgical mark down here where he's sewn his ear back together from the gauges. And so a lot of people are speculating whether or not it's actually him, because this is a picture of Timothy Crooks's ear, and it doesn't seem to be as squared off as the ear of the person that was killed. Now, maybe it is. Maybe we're just not seeing it right. Obviously, it's very pixelated, but I just want to throw that out there for anybody.
Well, I certainly would believe that. I mean, it was amazing how fast they identified the guy,
Right.
I mean, and, again, for the millionth time, just bring up the Sam Hyde memes, and he's been identified, how does he keep getting away with it? And he was identified a million times in the media for different things, for all this stuff, right. As part of the Frank Castle joke, but it's like, that's certainly possible. I mean, right there, that does not look like the guy in the videos, right? And what's the deal with the video, the selfie video where he says you got the wrong guy? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I saw that going around. Apparently that was from before. I don't know. It was being shared. Apparently that was post, but I don't know how people got it, because all his social media was scrubbed like immediately upon his name being released. And one of the weird things about the identification of Timothy Crooks is I was following it Saturday night and Sunday pretty intensely. And Saturday night, the New York Post identified Timothy Crooks as the shooter, and that was going across all social media. But when the Secret Service did their press conference, they said that they would not identify the shooter, and he hadn't been identified yet. But this took place 20 minutes after the New York Post already said it was Timothy Crooks.
Yeah.
And so I just thought that was very strange that the Secret Service said that they hadn't made the official announcement or identification of the shooter, yet they had been aware of the fact that all mainstream media, and it started to go like wildfire, had already identified the shooter. So I don't know what to make of that.
Did he get shot through the teeth?
Yeah, I don't know.
Through the teeth up into the skull? That's crazy. That's wild.
I'm not sure. But anyways, that kind of concludes everything I wanted to show everybody. So I want to bring on our guests. We got a handful of people. Shout out to Glenn Lawrence. It looks like maybe he's taking a quick break. We got Ivan and Mr. Westford. How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you, sir?
What's up,
good,
fellas?
Good. So feel free, any one of you three want to take it away. What's your guys' thoughts on everything?
Yeah,
maybe
well,
you can make comment on anything that we've already mentioned or whatever.
Yeah, well, I work at a digital agency, and they already published some news. It's probably fake news, but I hear that you didn't mention this. That allegedly one of the snipers had the killer in sight for like 3 minutes, and he wasn't allowed to shoot. So
right.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen more security at Disneyland. Right?
True.
I'm in LA, so trust me. You try to sneak in over there, you ain't getting into that place. They got that shit locked down. So this whole I think the Trump campaign has actually requested from the Secret Service for more support for quite a while now during the campaign. So the fact that and Mayorga's running that's a Biden guy.
Yep.
So this was a failure and of just the largest, the most. We haven't seen something like this since Reagan.
Right. And Reagan, at least for Reagan, that was him going out in public. Like he was walking around the corner. He was on the sidewalk. Somebody pulled a gun. That is a little bit more understanding than an event that had been planned for months. One of the former Army snipers, I saw a video that he made, and he's done protective work for people. And he said he's blown away how this could happen because on the projects he's worked on, they go at least 2 weeks before the event to already scope out the whole perimeter and already lay out where they're going to put everybody. He's like, this makes no sense for him and the projects that he's worked on.
Can I add to this real quick that I've seen? So the only time when I've seen security detail like this is when I was at university in Belfast. There was a time when I was walking to class and Bill Clinton was right there. He was there for a Good Friday Agreement negotiations, and he was right there. You saw his hair. Tony Blair was there. Prince Charles was there, and all they had was a cord in front of us. And I walked right up to the line, and that's when I shook Prince Charles's hand at the time when I was in school. He just came right up and he was shaking people's hands walking past. It was in like 2004 or 2005. And then when Tony Blair got in his car, he got in the car. He had one ahead of him, one behind him, and they just took off. But that was right after the troubles in Northern Ireland, and I was surprised about the security. But when I was in England and George Bush, when W came, they shut down London. I mean, the whole city was shut down. He was the current president, and the whole city gets shut down. You can't go anywhere; it's completely locked down. So there's kind of a weird dichotomy in terms of the security. But this is a guy. I mean, this is a different time, and this is just unbelievable. So,
yeah, and the response from the liberals was even crazier. Did you hear the lady from CNN?
Yes.
She wasn't even talking about the shooting.
She was upset.
She was upset he said fight 3 times. I'm like, yo.
Yeah, there seemed to be some sort of popping noises going off.
They reported it that he fell and that Secret Service had to help him up because they were trying to cover up, make him look as old and as frail as Biden,
Right.
Well, see, look, he's falling too,
Here in Indianapolis, the Indy Star posted an article that just said that he was startled by loud noises.
You mean gunshots?
It was a mostly peaceful assassination attempt. Mostly peaceful.
Yeah.
And this is where when I was talking about it on my stream, I was like, this is where we have to realize that our words are weapons. We can speak life or speak definite things. And, the people, what we say, we are accountable for what we say. Now, we're not accountable for what people do, but, as the president and as the vice president and the left-wing media have literally labeled this guy as public enemy #1. You have to realize that, you know, somebody's going to just think that they got to take it in their own hands if they see their president like not doing well. Like he's slipping and falling. He's calling Vice President Trump, you know, like he's just dropping the ball. He's looking bad. You got 18 of your own senators or congressmen publicly coming out to tell you that they wish you to, you know, to resign or not to do this, you know, go through the election. And so now you think you're going to lose the White House to the #1 threat of America's freedom. And you're like, damn it, I'm going to go steal my dad's gun. And I mean, that's kind of the thought that this kid had, you know, like it's sad.
I can't remember the term. It was kind of a technical term, but somebody this morning was talking about how they could push this narrative and see statistically how it could radicalize somebody. They don't have to necessarily hire this kid or MK Ultra him or whatever. If they can know the statistics and they could let a door open and expect somebody to show up.
Right. And that's my general belief is that he did it on his own volition, but it seems like somebody allowed it to happen. So it seems like somebody knew that he was going to try to do this and then, you know, made it possible.
Right. It's either they intentionally did it or it's incompetence. I don't really see any other option.
Well, you know, you remember when they canceled Tate, right? They canceled Tate and they said it was because of his rhetoric that he, you know, that his rhetoric is leading to a bunch of young men being misogynistic, right? So they're blaming his rhetoric, right? For the actions of these young men. Well, if that's the case, we'll hold that same principle and then say, you know what? Biden's responsible then. Harris is responsible. CNN's responsible. Schumer's responsible. I mean, we could go down a whole list. You know, Walters is responsible. Pelosi's responsible, right? Like, so are we going to hold them accountable? Are they going to be held accountable? Probably not. But here's the sad thing. I don't see a lot of conservatives really getting upset about this. You know, if this happened to Biden, every pink-haired pussy hat wearing liberal will be out there right now protesting and demanding, you know, reform.
Right. I will say it does seem that after this event, the narrative has switched in regards to those who support Trump. So I talked to somebody, they're in Hawaii, which is a very liberal place, and they were talking about how they're wearing a MAGA hat out in public, and people were coming up and like telling them how they support Trump now, you know, just supportive of wearing a red MAGA hat out. And so I don't know what that's an anecdotal, but I've seen people on X saying the same thing. I don't know what that means, but it does seem something occurred where people are going to be less afraid to show support for the MAGA movement, whatever that means.
Well, as long as that support, you know, comes out into votes, right? Like, who cares if you wear a MAGA hat if you ain't going to vote?
Yep. Jose, you were getting ready to say something, brother, and welcome. Jay Dyer's on the panel as well. Go ahead, Jose.
Howdy. Yeah, the other thing to take into account is this is the one that we see who actually managed to get through far enough to get a shot off. We don't see all the individuals who never made it that far. So, you know, as mentioned, you know, you don't necessarily need to MK Ultra one person. All you got to do is just, I mean, you have a whole population of people who've been traumatized most recently in the whole COVID shutdowns. You have kids who are put through an educational system that is comparable to the prison system. I mean, my high school was actually modeled after Tryon Prison in New York, which is, in terms of how it was built and laid out. I've no doubt.
Very common. Yep.
Would speak on that. So you have this intentional, you know, traumatizing of young people, etc., and there are people who break from it, and you put in that heavy media presence with consistent messaging, and you'll have people who will try to do it. And all you don't need to actually recruit the shooter. All you need to do is have a handful of higher ups who are able to provide openings so that such individuals who are susceptible to such messaging are then able to, well, make an attempt at pulling the trigger.
Right.
I mean, I agree with this, but I mean, it seems so planned to me. Like, I mean, I think it's the only building between the area where Trump was and at least like what? How long was it? Not that far away. Maybe
It was
like
150
200
yards.
feet.
Yeah, it was 130 yards.
Yeah, I mean,
120,
how
130 yards.
how wouldn't they cover at least the building that's 100 feet from where Trump is talking? You know, and it's like a huge stage with
I think it had to
a
do
crazy
with,
amount of people. You know,
I think it had to do with lack of personnel. They didn't seem like they had the 20 to 30 Secret Service men that are usually assigned to a former president, right? So it didn't seem like they were flooded with Secret Service. I think they were probably relying a lot on local authorities there.
But still, even the local authorities would have covered this building. I mean,
they were staging that building, as I said with BLA. This has come out today. That building that he was on top of was the staging area for the local police. So they were inside that building, putting on armor, having their guns. That was their entire staging ground. Which again,
I mean, that makes me more skeptical to the idea.
Of course, and that's where, as we mentioned, I want to get Jay's thoughts. That, as I said before we hopped on here, it's now reported, breaking news, that a police officer 30 minutes before guns were fired saw him on the roof of the same building that the local police were staging in. Like, what? So, Jay, what's your thoughts on everything?
I think you guys are spot on in terms of what you're theorizing, the analysis that, like, it doesn't require like a secret, programmed assassin. You can kind of nudge people to do this who are already kind of nutty or that have been profiled, that have this kind of a, persona. And my guess would be that that's probably what happened. And it is still MK Ultra, because like all of these leftoids, these NPC people, like they've been brainwashed by MK Ultra. They have been. The whole culture is MK Ultra culture, so they're actually the victims of that. And I just talked to, literally, I'm not bragging, but I talked to the most famous living assassin hitman about 10 minutes ago. We had a really fascinating conversation, Sammy the Bull. And and he said, "Listen, I know this kind of thing. I'm the hitman. This was a hit, 100%. This was a hit." So
I believe
Sammy the Bull says it was a hit.
Well, what do you guys think is? I mean, like, Jay, because I know you were streaming earlier, but I think the news broke about the fact that he was identified by a police officer on the roof 30 minutes before shots were fired.
Yeah, I saw that
that
in the
just
New York
seems
Post.
unexplainable.
Well, it makes sense that there was prior knowledge, right? And again, there's so many.
Go ahead.
No, there's so many things that line up with the JFK event, even elements that line up with, the assassination attempt on Reagan. There's a lot of parallels there too. And similar situation too in the 2014 Maidan coup, where they used a sniper to kick off that scenario as well. So there's a lot of precedents for this in history. And if it's 30 minutes, I mean, if you watch the video, there's a 2-minute delay between when apparently or allegedly, right, the Secret Service is first notified and for the actual shots. So the notification, and there's 2 whole minutes of Trump talking, and then the shots happen.
Right.
But if there's a whole 30-minute, that's even crazier.
Yeah. Well, and that was local police. Again, according to what I saw on X, those were, again, news sources it was breaking news right before we started live. But from also what I saw is that the Secret Service sniper had him in the scope 3 minutes before shots were fired.
Correct. Did you see the claim of a guy saying that was, there was somebody claiming to be that guy? I don't know if that's true. It's allegedly. And he was saying that he had to get approval from a higher up in his earpiece before he could shoot. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
I don't know if that's true, but
it's an anonymous comment. I think
there's part of it. I know Jay may have seen it, but because I know you pay attention to Larry Johnson's blog. Larry Johnson interviewed a fellow counter sniper who actually run security details for decades, and what he said is, so part of the issue is, so when the Secret Service sets up at a given location, they always use like all the local authorities available. So local police, state police, Even when it's like a current sitting president at at the Democratic National Convention or the Republican National Convention, because they just simply do not have the manpower nor the resources to cover and do everything themselves. So there is an element of, if you're a counter sniper, one thing you want to make sure is, if you got a guy in your scopes, you want to make sure that he's not from one of the other law enforcement agencies, be it because you also have counter snipers who are set up who are plainclothes. So that's another element that's at play, and you don't want to get friendly fire going on. Now, of course, does that explain the full 3 minutes as explained? I'm not the expert on that, but that was something that he had mentioned.
Right. That's certainly true, and you can't have a political event with a president, a presidential nominee talking where there's a guy accidentally firing into the crowd and then blaming it on a shooter later. But the security detail, even using Leos and all these people, should have a pre-planned marks where, or a sector where they're covering. You don't have, it's like I'm sure there are people wandering through the crowd, but they have specific zones in which they're wandering. Yeah, you got to make sure, but it's like the thing seems so obvious. The guy's on a rooftop, on a white rooftop with people reporting it to the very Leos, and it's right above where they had the staging location. And like Jay said, and you said this, DPH, that our entire society is now, Reagan emptied out the loony bins, and now that's our open, that's the open society. Right. Everyone is MK Ultra through doom scroll and an infinite TikTok and a 5G and GMO, just everything sort of contributes to that. So I think that is certainly a failure in every way, or some sort of, maybe it's a 33D chess move, right? that we don't see yet, but I certainly doubt it. I don't know.
Well, I'm curious, Jay, like, what's your thoughts on anybody on the panel? But if what our speculation is, in that at best it's massive incompetence, but just based on rationality, it seems like it's malfeasance. What do you think is going to happen before the election? I mean, Alex Jones. I
agree with Lord Voldemort. Yeah, they're going to
poison and the truck bombs.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's it.
Yeah. So you think that they'll try to take him out another way? I mean, that's where I feel like I don't see JD Vance as the VP as assassination insurance.
No, like he should have got me as a running mate. Like my policies are way more conservative than his. Like, okay, like, we'll get rid of women voting, we'll get rid of the gays, the T's, the elemental P's, all them, right? And then we'll get a flat tax going on. We'll be pushing all these folks that don't belong here out of the way. Put our National Guard. I mean, look, I am his insurance. Okay, they don't want me to be president, right? So I don't think, but you're right. I don't think the guy that he picked is really insurance proof.
No.
I mean, it just gives me a reason, like, it would just give them a reason to shoot him.
Right.
And then you get all the videos that he was anti-Trump and he was completely under the
back in like 2015.
Yeah. And to get into, give him justice, I have very different opinions than I had in 2015. So in 2024, I am not the same person that I was in 2015 or 2016. So
I know, but it's politics, but it's you kind
agreed. Well, and that's where BLNA, we already said that he was a Peter Thiel protege, and that he's already connected in some of those highfalutin tech, semi-conservative circles. So to me, that's not insurance proof. And I suspect, like Jay and Lord Voldemort, that it seems like they're going to do something else. They can't just, let things move forward. And
the truck bomb thing is interesting. Remember the Boomer truck bomb Christmas Day in Nashville? Remember the guy who drove the truck bomb up to the Capitol steps? Remember in 2020, and then disappeared, and then they had all the. That seemed, I don't know what that was. That seemed like a crisis actor thing, because he was in photos, as a policeman, a fireman, a sailor, and a village person or whatever after it went on. The truck bomb thing is certainly plausible. I mean, remember the movie Arlington Road, right? Which is kind of a World Trade Center 1 tactic. It's also a tactic that was common in the Troubles, for political violence. I mean, that seems plausible. Again, I'm kind of more. It might be going too far, but like the that the same thing would happen to the other guy, and that would be blamed on MAGA retaliation or whatever. It also seems sort of plausible. I doubt that will be a thing, but that's
they might have been trying to kick off a full on SHTF crap hits the fan scenario. You know what I mean? And we've seen these movies coming out with all this propaganda of civil war, the Alex Garland film. So they might be trying to pop off some kind of civil disturbance type of thing before the election.
Also, one thing that happens with these assassinations also that's common is that in a way it's kind of like the person who follows becomes irrelevant in the sense that they obviously want to do anything to get rid of certain people, and that the next guy is always worse or whatever. The situation is worse. I mean, you look at Libya or, Congo or any of these places where there's a planned event that happens. And I think that also it's interesting to look at how all of the things that people have talked about for years dealing with foreign affairs are just I just did an analysis of this drone warfare book, and he says that in the book that the whole point of the Vietnam War and the whole point of a lot of these exercises is to bring them home in the end. And it seems like we continue to see these tactics that intelligence has used over the years in foreign locations brought home and for a domestic full spectrum dominance domestic activity. So
exactly.
The sad thing is like Andrew mentioned this like weeks ago when we were talking about it. And when he was like, everybody's too fat and happy. We're not. Nobody's going to do anything about that. If Trump would have been deleted, nobody would have done anything about it. We would have just heard a bunch of just yapping online, and it's sound bites. But that's about it, because everybody's fat and happy. And what is it going to like? The question is, what is it going to take till people be like, okay, enough is enough. We are going to show you that we mean business now, and now we're here, right? Like, what is it going to be?
In any case, in both cases, I don't. We can speculate on in which way they can do it, but they're going to put Joe Biden aside for sure. I think that's a way because after what happened, it's even harder to recover from that for the left. Or
sure. Well, I think again, I lean more towards Jay's take. I think the way they'll take Biden out, if they really need to, is just have him assassinated or something happen to him and blame it on the MAGA support, which would then really have the same effect that they wanted if they did delete Donald Trump. I mean, culturally, it would have a similar effect. But I want to get Rachel. She just joined. Welcome, our sister Rachel Wilson. What's your thoughts on everything? Share your insight.
Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the first thing I'm going to say is that if only the Secret Service were half the sausage fest that this panel is, we might not have had such a problem.
Yeah,
that's the first thing.
Do better than the fat heifer that was running around loose.
Yeah.
Did you guys not realize that FUPA,
that's the first thing.
That FUPA or gun could actually be a protective shield against incoming bullets. Nobody's even thinking.
Jay,
about
I heard you say earlier, bullets don't bounce off of it, bud. They don't bounce off.
FUPA force defending the nation. That's so ridiculous. And I was like, this is it. This is the only thing I ever need. If anybody ever gives me any shit ever again for saying maybe we shouldn't, tell women they can do every single thing men can do, I'm just going to point at this. I'm just going to point at it and be like, shut up. I don't want to hear it. Right. So there's that.
I'm wondering, like, what was her breathing like? What was her heart rate afterwards? Like she ran like 10 feet. Like, was she about to pass out? Like,
well, if you're going to have a meat shield, you want a sizable one, right? So,
yeah, guys, stop. I forgot my inhaler.
Well, I've been given a lot of crap in the past because I've gone on some of these podcasts and said that, I used to teach concealed carry and basic pistol classes with Andrew and with my dad. And so I generally worked mostly with the women. And I would say, like, you guys don't have to ever worry about women taking over anything just because they have guns, because I'd say a good 2/3 of the women that I've taught do not have the hand strength to load the magazines or operate the action on a semi-automatic pistol. Most of them, I have to tell them, for you to have a reliable concealed carry, gun, you're going to need to get a revolver, you're going to need to get something you can reliably operate, because like we're in the field just practicing and they can't even, just the spring tension on the magazine is too hard for them to load.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like super common. So the fact that people would ever imagine, I'm sure you've seen the videos of this lady, the woman who was in charge and was formerly at Pepsi doing something at Pepsi.
Yeah.
She made
Cheadle.
a video. Yeah, she made a video talking about how proud she was of all the women she hired and that they were going to double down on the DEI hires in the Secret Service, and that she couldn't wait for the day where she didn't even have to differentiate between male and female agents.
Right.
All this nonsense.
Yeah, 30% women by 2030 is the goal of the Secret Service under Kim Cheadle.
Now,
it's absurd.
Do you
It's
guys think
absurd.
that would be do you think that would be an effort to be able to like get a female president? Because look, Kamala can't do it. Nobody's voting for Hillary, right? So they're like, great, the closest we could get is VP. So in order to become POTUS, we gotta have these fat.
The thing with the women and security details is that they would be effective if they were doing crowd work, if they were in the crowd. If you had a FUPA boomer walking around with a mullet in the crowd at the thing, then who would suspect her? Right. I mean, they look, and again, they'd see like a Big Mac in the holster and they would be fine. You know, they wouldn't suspect anything. She just got it in the other holster, but that's a thing that's proven, you know, you put it in the wrong holster, but not as a public display of strength. I mean, that's crazy.
Right.
Oh, it's absurd.
I was curious, Jay and Rachel, you know, I'm sure you guys have been seeing on how many people think that it was totally staged. And I was just curious what your guys' thoughts on that.
Wasn't it funny that you're not supposed to talk about that? And you know, if you're Lord Voldemort, you need to pay $1 billion for talking about that. Now, though, no, it's all cool. It's kosher. You can talk about it.
Right. Well, even people here in the chat are. I know we have multiple people in the chat that are not convinced that there was a real bullet, that it was a real firing, that this was a staged event. I mean, I find that, and I saw your response, Rachel, that at least from me looking at the interviews, I didn't see crisis actors. I didn't see the response that I would typically see at a false flag event of some sort. So I believe it was legitimate. I believe that Trump escaped with his life. And I was just curious what your guys' thoughts with, you know, people here in our community. There's so many people that are so skeptical, and rightfully so, of everything in the media, that they think this was entirely planned by Trump.
Well, something I learned early on, because I've been, you know, paying attention and noticing for, I don't know, 17, 18 years now, is that anytime you think that everything is fake and staged, you're going to be wrong. And every time you think nothing is fake and staged, you're also going to be wrong. Like, you have to be able to notice patterns and establish like ways of kind of discerning and deciphering the information you're looking at, which gets more difficult, you know, as the technology advances and we have more disinfo stuff and we have more AI and we have like better technology to fake things. I understand why people are skeptical, but number one, I always say wait, because nobody ever knows what the hell is going on within those first like couple that you want to be paying attention, but you want to wait to like, oh, I know exactly what happened here. Cause no, you don't. Like probably even right. And even people who, if there's a fake flag or something, even people who know about it usually don't know everything. This stuff is compartmentalized. There's nobody who just like knows all the pieces of the info, even if they're part of it. So to think that you as an observer are going to have everything figured out, no, that's silly. And you're just going to discredit yourself. So you want to pay attention, you want to watch things, but this event is probably going to be like most of the other events that we talk about, where 20 years from now, new information will come out or different witnesses will say things, or, you know what I mean? This is the kind of thing that we're going to be waiting a long time to gather all the info. That's what I think.
I don't even think we're going to get all the info, Rachel.
No.
I mean, you couldn't know if you got it all.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
They will classify everything right away. So there's this pattern where, like, when this kind of an event happens, the FBI steps in and basically shuts everything down, and they don't tell anybody anything except what they want to get out. And I know that because I've watched and followed a lot of the events of this nature going back the last 10 years to when we had Islamic versions of these kinds of events in the last 10 years. And there's always this pattern of where they shut it down. You don't know anything unless it's what they tell you. So the system actually invites everybody to be super skeptical by that very action, because they don't actually seem to have any interest in, conveying to the public the truth or what really happened. Everything gets spun into a political narrative that fits whichever, side of the dialectic is in power. So it's definitely plausible to be skeptical, or it makes sense to be skeptical. But I've not yet seen anything in this event that makes me think that this was fake or staged.
One thing I think that's interesting with that is that you would think that having events take place off camera, they're not visible, live, would invite more skepticism, as was the case, in history. But with a lot of these big cases, I mean, we saw this with we saw what happened to Gaddafi, right? We saw the Reagan thing live. We've seen attempted assassinations, and like Jay said, I mean, it does invite it, because it's almost like don't believe your lying eyes, right? I think that one thing it's like with JFK, people forget that it wasn't live. The Zapruder film was not a live TV camera. It was a 8mm film or whatever that was released years later, and I think that, that's part of the sort of, again, that's part of the aesthetic terrorism of what we see here, which is that no matter what happens with all these events, they sort of invite a chaotic spirit of instability in the public audience.
Yeah. But I think people watch too many movies, right? Like, I mean, first thing that, I even thought of was like, oh man, this is kind of like the Manchurian Candidate, kind of got that feel to it. Right. So that's why they would see that it would be staged. Do I think this helps Trump? Not really. I mean, and it really actually only could help him depending on how he actually responds to it. If he goes out, tries to play the victim, is like, they try to kill me. They try to kill me. Right. That's not going to work for him. If he shows strength like he did when the shots first went off. Right. And he's just like, stays stoic and keeps moving forward. He doesn't talk about it. I think it will work for him, but depending on how he responds. So for me to say, for them to say oh, this is an inside job, this is him, this is staged, this is to garner votes. Yeah, I'm not really feeling that.
Well, I think either way, it's going to be good for him. He's going to garner more votes from it. He might be able to optimize it more, but I don't think there's a chance of it being a negative for him.
One thing I wanted to bring up, because Jay mentioned MK Ultra earlier, and then I'll hop off and go make some dinner, get back in the kitchen. Jay brought up MK Ultra, and I did notice that the person they are saying is the shooter, if that is the case, and he is, both of his parents are psychologists, which just instantly, it was just something I noticed, that if there is an MK Ultra element to this kid having, especially his father, I guess, is a really prominent academic psychologist who's written numerous papers and books and things like that. I would be interested to see which schools he attended or works in, things like that, if they are MK Ultra institutions, if there's connections. Not saying that's what's going on, just saying it might be something to consider and pay attention to.
Well, let's not forget that the Democratic leaders have for years now been saying and calling for overt, explicit violence against Trump and his supporters. So it's not at all surprising that out of the giant mass of the loons that are still committed to the Democratic Party, people who are, changing their biology and who are on meds with purple hair, and it wouldn't be difficult to find a loon to hype up amongst that crowd.
Right. Well, and I know Andrew covered a bit of it yesterday, but people like David Pakman or Destiny, kind of leaning into the opposition of mocking the guy that got killed and all this different stuff. And I saw one leftist that was, again, laughing and mocking the situation, and they had almost 100,000 likes on X, which shows you that, this, not everybody feels the same way about what they just saw. It's quite eye-opening.
Yeah.
Issue of it being staged, and the Chinese Politburo doesn't think it was staged. We tend to focus a lot in terms of the internal political struggles or political factions within the United States, but there are intelligence factions that are outside of the American control structure. So from the Global Times, they think that this was a real assassination attempt. So of course one can choose, how much stock you want to put into the opinion of the Chinese Politburo. But it's just something that is worth noting, because the Chinese they're not fans of Trump, because he does have, the fact is he did do stuff to hurt them. And even though the neocon faction plans on going to war with China, the Biden administration is so incompetent that Xi Jinping prefers going to war with that faction than the other.
What do you guys think is like going to be the overall result of this? Like, is this going to escalate? Do we really think that this is going to escalate, continue this election, or do you think like we're going to kind of get a pause here and be like, okay, we need some unity, we need to cool down the temperature?
I mean, I personally think it's going to escalate. I could see, that was Trump's post on Truth Social, was that this is going to be a moment for unity. But I lean more towards the belief that they're going to try to do more events of some sort, whether it be domestic terror events. Who knows? I mean, we could have EMP events. We could have the grid go down. We could have social disruption. But I think that it's only going to get crazier as we move closer to November. I mean, that's my gut feeling. I'm curious what you guys think, but I think it's going to get crazier. I don't see it.
Not to mention what would happen afterwards. I mean, we saw the last time that Trump was president, the things got crazier than they've ever been during the thing. All the things that were accomplished during that. So it's not over in terms of the election, for sure. But I personally think that it will. If there's escalation and it's overt, I worry about it being the thing that I mentioned before with the other side. I don't think that we're going to end up in some sort of all-encompassing balkanized Hunger Games war anytime soon. But I kind of also agree with Alex, in his take on this thing, that is a long. If you guys didn't see Alex's interview with Tim Dillon, by the way, it was pretty interesting because he sort of lays it out in a more concise manner, and I think that anything in the end, anything could change at any second. Like you said, DPH, with the grid, an attack on the grid, you could have the same thing happen. Look, man, in my town, a drunk driver drove into a transformer station and the whole city shut down with power for like 3 days. That was nothing. So I worry that something like that could happen. But who knows?
Yeah.
Jay, you think things are going to get crazier as we move closer to the election, or it's going to calm down? Or, as some people believe, this was a setup event to get Trump elected. I know I've seen that theory been going around.
No, I think they genuinely don't want Trump in there again. We've had Noah Yuval Harari. You've had all the elite people saying we can't stand another Trump administration. And every time I bring this up, nobody ever addresses the fact that that's a fact, that these people say that. They always say, oh, so you're for Trump now, and you don't understand dialectics, and you don't know that Trump's of pro-Israel. I know all of that. But my point is that their vantage point in understanding why they can't have another Trump administration is not ultimately about Trump. I think it's because the base of Trump, that it's so large and it's so vociferous in terms of how they share information, that they're concerned that regardless of Trump, that base can wake people up faster and faster and faster, and then it might actually eventually be a real challenge to the system. So it's because of what Trump represents, and it's because of of just the intense activism of his audience, more so than it is, a question of Trump himself, as to whether Trump is, I mean, again, obviously he's a candidate with multiple problems. We would all, I'm sure, agree with, the issues that we take issue with Trump in terms of, foreign nations and his fast speed operation. We would all disagree with, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that there's not still things that, and maybe it's just because he's like just a super bullheaded, self-willed kind of person, that like they just feel like he's too much of a bull in the china shop. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be somebody more man, even though he's not perfect.
In relationship to your point, Jay, I don't know if you saw, but Viktor Orban made a trip to Moscow and spent time with Putin, and then came to the United States and did not visit with Biden, but went to Mar-a-Lago for like 2 days to spend time with Trump. And some people have speculated that this was a sort of pre-presidential peace negotiation. And obviously Trump has been very critical of NATO. And so I've been speculating that maybe, you know, Israel and stuff like that, we already know what his position is going to be on that. But in regards to NATO and the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
No, that's a big part of it. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that would be a significant reason why they would want to prevent him from moving forward.
Just the Ukraine might be seen as enough for them to say, if he's not going to do what we want here, you know what I mean? That's a deal breaker.
And I heard also to circle around to JD Vance, I think he also has a maybe less pro-Russia, but more against Ukraine take. So it might, I think, if my knowledge is correct.
Yeah, JD Vance has been critical of the financial support the U.S. has given to Ukraine, but in regards to why the establishment would hate Trump so much, because there's so many things in which he obviously goes along with the agenda, but as Jay was highlighting, I think NATO, and if he breaks up NATO, if he forces NATO to actually, you know, pay for itself, same with Taiwan. So the U.S. has been funding the defense of Taiwan. They don't spend 2%. And so if he was actually forced Taiwan and NATO to divvy up, like that's a significant blow to this global, you know, military industrial complex of the United States, just growing the empire through these false global organizations.
I think the power structure in a lot of ways wants people like the new prime minister of Britain, right? Which is a totally seemingly even-keeled soy guy with a, you know, big head on a small body or whatever with glasses that's, you know, totally pro whatever the military action is, whatever the NATO action is. And I think that Biden, you know, obviously Biden ran on that the first time, which was, no, we need no more drama in here. This guy's got the morals of an alley cat, right? they want more of that, and they want less of, you know, what's the deal with how it smells on Air Force One? You know, they don't like it. They don't like it.
Yeah, Trump's too, like, even though he has all these major things that we can criticize, like, he's too unhinged, and he just kind of says like crazy shit that I think they don't like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and at a mimetic fact, I think you were getting at it, Jay. Just the alpha masculine demeanor of Trump flies in the face of the political correctness and the DEI hiring and all this different stuff. And so just whether he still has, you know, 90s liberal democratic worldview, him as a mimetic figure arises a sentiment that is an opposition and a willingness to fight against whatever it is that the globalist structure wants.
Who would have thought like 90s, you know, liberal worldview would be pretty fucking alpha these days? That's pretty bad, you know?
It is bad.
Well, I talk to people all the time. I talk to people all the time who are, they don't, none of this matters to them in terms of they want somebody who is the drama aspect of it alone is enough to turn off most, like, sort of what used to be middle class people, like with kids. A lot of them are like this. They see this whole event and it doesn't affect, it doesn't matter to them. All they care about is that the guy tweeted too much and he, you know, and if they tell us the war is great, it's fine. But it's weird how it's totally contradictory, because the thing that they want is the chaotic event that affects them now. I mean, especially now, this affects us at a local level, especially with 2020, you know, the war on the self, all of this affects us at a local level. It's not like with Clinton in the 90s anymore. And people are just kind of completely unwilling to see that.
Right. And another thing that I think it makes him threatening to the system is the idea of like manufacturing here in the United States, nationalism, support for crypto, criticism of the Fed Reserve, like things like this.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to hear Biden say any of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
No, Biden's just going to toe the line and eat ice cream.
Yeah,
the thing is, it's just, that's the nature of liberalism. It's anti-masculine, and Trump is a genuine, like, his default status and his behavioral patterns, he is an alpha male. I mean, the fact is, like, when you get shot at, what's the first thing, you know, that most people are going to do? Most people's first thought isn't going to be to tell his protective detail, wait a second, let me put my shoes on first, and then get the crowd going to, you know, chant USA. So that's, you know, that's frankly a very naturally alpha thing to do in order to get your followers to keep morale up, to keep them, you know, to keep keep them going, etc. To display leadership that they crave from you. The other aspect too, it might be related to this assassination attempt. This is just from like 40 minutes ago in TASS, which is Russian news. But someone mentioned about Viktor Orban going to Mar-a-Lago after seeing Putin. So TASS does confirm that there was a high-ranking person who essentially has gone between the two, which they're not saying him, but that that Donald Trump is ready to enter into dialogue with quoting Russian leader Vladimir Putin to resolve the conflict in Ukraine without any mediators. So essentially cutting the State Department out. And the State Department, of course, being one of the architects of the Ukrainian.
Right.
Yeah, regarding that, I tend to disagree in the sense that the whole fist bump, even though I personally like it a lot, I think it's more of a narcissistic move in the sense of like I picture it as a person that cannot show himself to be weak. But regardless of that, it's still a positive thing. Like I would rather have a narcissistic leader who does the fist bump thing instead of a leader who's too weak to show strength when they're confronted. But like that's
well, and I've said before, I think that Trump being a megalomaniac or narcissist, I think it's providential. So if you look at his presidency and then all the indictments and now an assassination attempt, like I can't think of anybody who would go through all of that. And again, already being a billionaire and is willing to continue to go forward. So, and I think God uses imperfect people. I'm not saying Trump is a savior. As I said, I have streams laying out all my problems with Trump, but I don't know, there's something that's there that it seems providential that it's Trump, because who else could do this?
Exactly.
Who else could be in this position after, again, a rigged election? We know we can't talk about that too much on YouTube, but serious questions regarding 2020.
They shot at me, folks, but the Kia summer sales event and Toyotathon will continue. It was eerie. I was iridescent up there.
Yeah,
Michael Tyson.
I can't wait for Trump to do like, they can't even get a good shot, these people. Who can hire a good assassin? Totally incompetent.
My good friend Michael Tyson called me. He said, I've got battle scars now like Evander Holyfield. It was great.
They couldn't even shoot me on my good side.
I was looking for Mike Tyson. Was he biting my ear? I didn't know what was going on.
I need to turn left.
There was a caddy, his caddy for playing golf the next morning said that he sunk like a 20-30 foot putt. And when everybody was like, oh, wow, he goes, the difference between me and a liberal is I don't miss.
The other thing, too, is that the system might see Trump as a focal point and a doorway to things moving even further Overton window-wise to the right.
Right.
So, in other words, they might look at it like, well, even if Trump's kind of goofy and got these issues, he might energize and stimulate and prepare the way for, the next phase of people who might, within 5 to 10 years be like, you know what, Trump wasn't good enough. It's time to like break with AIPAC and all that kind of stuff.
Well, and you can already feel that shift, right? The millennial and Gen Z generation, that shift is already occurring. And that's where I'm curious what your guys' thoughts on. We mentioned it earlier, but like Jose, Jay, I'm curious what your guys' thoughts on the VP pick, because I was leaning towards somebody like Eric Prince, who that the deep state, that'd be the last person they'd want to be president of the United States, that they'd much willingly have Trump over somebody like Eric Prince.
They probably thought that they have to like placate all these evangelical boomers that are still out there that are like holding things back from moving in more of a direction towards the right.
Well, what do you think about JD Vance? I mean, do you have an opinion on him?
Well, I mean, he's has all this sort of Christian lingo talk and all this kind of stuff. He's a Christian and a dad and all this stuff, which all sounds good. And he's probably better than Pence, but then, he's definitely committed to foreign nations. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He's a wall kisser. We'll put it
why
that
would
way.
they do that? And I'm like, well, Trump probably thought I need the most evangelical, sellable candidate.
Yeah, I think he's Roman Catholic.
I think he's
okay. Well, then that's even worse. Like,
I think he's Protestant. I think he's Protestant.
That's what I was going to
say. Oh, is he Protestant now?
I think he's Protestant. Actually, funny thing is, I did reach out to his office because, he is pushing for the repealing the no-fault divorce. Right?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I can support that.
Yeah. So I reached out to his office like a week ago. This is before all this went down because I saw that he was on the bill. He's one of 4 lawmakers that are trying to repeal no-fault divorce out of the 4 states. Got Louisiana, Oklahoma, Texas, and I want to say Nebraska. But so I was trying to get a hold of him to see if he could tell me more about it, like what his whole plan is for it. Because
how is he on the stabby? What was his stance on the stabby? I assume it was pro. If he's Teeter Peel, Eric Schmidt. They might know.
I don't know.
From my understanding, there was a tweet that people were sharing online once he was announced VP, and I think it was a sarcastic comment that he was making. He tweeted something about, the hospitals are packed and therefore everybody needs to get a vaccine, something. But other people had looked at it and it's like it's clearly a joke. Some people interpreted it as he was pro-vaccine, so I'm not sure his stance on the jabs, but. He has been critical of the Ukraine-Russia. He is very pro, stopping immigration. It's kind of your generic Matt Gaetz type of conservative.
Is this going to be the guy that's going to be put in charge of the fentanyl stuff because of Ohio?
Could be.
Probably.
You're the one that has his book.
Yeah, that's true.
It looks like he became a Catholic in 2019.
Yeah.
Oh, he's Catholic? Okay.
He's Catholic, and his wife is a legitimate practicing Hindu. So things get really weird in that.
Yeah, what?
He's a Vatican II Roman Catholic.
He's Catholic and his wife's a Hindu.
Yes, and he has a son named Vivek.
I forgot. Yeah, Nick was talking about his son being named Vivek.
Did he not
always this way?
Did he not read the part where it says like, "Do not be unequally yoked"? No.
Yeah,
he must have got rid of that.
Is that the guy for Jesus?
He's openly credited his wife's Hinduism for from him going from Protestantism to Roman Catholicism. So your Vatican II ecumenism right there.
Many roads.
Well, and I heard that he was by the Tradcaths online. They were critical of JD Vance because I guess he's more soft on abortion than they would like as a traditional Catholic. So they've been critical of his Catholicism because he's made comments in the last few years that is a little bit softer on abortion.
Well, I think that if the guy's as a friend of Peter Thiel, who's a gay transhumanist, that tells you everything you need to know.
Agreed. That was his protege. I mean, JD Vance was
Thiel's money behind him his whole career. So like in terms of about JD Vance himself, so he was when he was in the Marines, he was a journalist. So not exactly combat.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a military correspondent.
Really?
Yeah. So he was
like Private Joker in Full Metal Jacket.
Exactly. So of course, as mentioned before, JD from Yale Law School. Historically, to be president of the United States, you have to go to Harvard Law or Yale Law. So he's already been pre-groomed for that kind of role. So his memoir that BLA had pulled up, that was a New York Times bestseller, which is something that you essentially get selected to put on. So he is someone who is pushed by the system, and also was turned into a Netflix movie that was done by Ron Howard. What do you call it? So he ran a hedge fund, which again, getting money started via Peter Thiel. It was Narya. People want to look into that. Then, of course, mentioned he's married to a Hindu who also herself, she's a Yale attorney, trained attorney as well. She clerked for Roberts and Kavanaugh, and you can ask, well, how conservative is Roberts actually? Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, so he himself, he's a product of Thiel and the PayPal gang, and that's who he serves. That's what he is. So it's just an indication that the PayPal gang has decided to back Trump, and that's the establishment support that's trying to use Trump as a means to combat the current establishment that controls the Beltway.
So do you think that's partly why Elon Musk was so quick to support Trump for president?
Yes. So the lines are being drawn among the American elite class. So the thing is, Musk, Thiel, and others, they do come from elite families. And the thing is, the U.S. empire, in terms of real economy, the United States empire has been declining since 1971. It is no longer at a point where all the elite families can get whatever they want without stepping on each other's toes. So now you're seeing, as people ask about, will things escalate? Yes, things will escalate. But the thing is, before a civil war actually kicks off, you need to have two solid elite factions who are at a point where they have to fight each other in order to retain power. So what you're seeing right now is you're seeing the borders being drawn among the elite families, the elite, the elite groups who run the United States government. And so the Thiel is definitely forming a pretty powerful faction around himself. And of course, as Ivan mentioned, he is a sodomite. So, I'm not exactly bullish on it either. I mean, I have no problem with, my enemies fighting each other, as it were. But yeah, it's interesting that they're trying to, they think that they can use Trump for their purposes in what is an upcoming, conflict between these various factions as they try to fight for the scraps of the American empire.
Right. Do you think that this faction between the elites, is this new money versus old money? Is this globalism versus national? I mean, what is the defining factor between these two?
So,
do you have any insight on that?
I wouldn't say new money versus old, because Musk is actually old money. So that's the other part. Elon Musk is actually old money. His father, grandfather, etc.
Right.
Filthy rich, Anglo-American establishment. You have new money on both sides. You got old money on both sides. It's a dividing line that's being drawn in the entire Anglosphere that is ruled by the Anglo-American establishment. And I have no idea how that's going to go. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the way I put it, what I tell people is like, voting or not voting, whatever you do, realize that we are but minnows as we have whales fighting each other over the scraps of the empire.
Interesting. Interesting insight. Yeah, I could see that.
Ortho Drexler in the chat says Vance supports the canonical Ukrainian church led by Metropolitan Onufri. So that's cool.
Oh, good. I wasn't aware of that.
I mean, either.
Did you see, guys, that the El Pido photos was on the
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
I thought that was strange. Well, did you
that's
see that? So El Pido Foros posted a photo on his Instagram page. Apparently, it was being bombarded by Orthodox calling him out for his heresies. And somebody sent it to me and said, "Oh, quick, look at all the comments." By the time I got there, they're all deleted. It's all you can see is positive comments and comments criticizing the people that were leaving negative comments. So, but I did see.
What did he post? I missed it.
El Putaforos was commissioned to lead the opening prayer of the RNC convention today. And so he led this prayer supporting the unification of the U.S. and how it's such a great land. And then he got off and there was a photo of him in front of the stage and he posted on Instagram. Somebody sent it to me and said, "Quick, look at all the comments." And by the time I got there, they were all deleted.
Yeah, well, there's also a big faction in Twitter that's saying Axios when he posted his picture. So like there's a contingent of Orthodox people who are super mistaken about this guy.
Sure. I think one thing that's
he crosses
interesting
himself like a cradle. He put his hand on his heart. It's so cute.
I think one interesting thing about this is the reaction in terms of all of the celeb and political class right afterwards, because it's another one of these examples of like someone in the basement level 33 of the Pentagon or whatever puts out the press statement that they all parrot, and every single one is about this is unsafe for our democracy. It's the religion of democracy for these people. And I think I defer again back to Jay's comment about the power struggle. I mean, it's like if you have regime change, right, and this isn't the same. It's not the same as we're going from 12 years of neocons and then going into just more neocons with Obama activities, and then stability with Biden post Trump. I think they really just don't want him, and that also plays into the old money, new money thing. I mean, Trump is certainly not part of that class. People think that he is, I suppose, but he's not from an old money elite family. I know about his uncle or whatever in Manhattan Project and stuff like that, but that's not enough, for him. Those people don't like him either. So I think it's just it's the instability that threatens the power structure. It has to be planned. It has to be on the chessboard of foreign wars that are planned. It can't be the guy in the bull in the china shop, changing the entire system around, I suppose.
I was going to say in terms of Trump's money, a way that it's organic is the way that it grows over the generations. So people talk about rags to riches in 3 generations, but that's typical of a family which took the ticket that sold out to a very group in power. What the norm is 7 generations. So in the case of Trump, if you look at his family, like it was his grandfather that built up a modest fortune of 10 million. And it was his, and I think in today's dollars, and then his father took it to 100 million. And then with 100 million, you can do a lot. And Trump took it to, a couple billion. That's, pretty, that's what you expect of someone who's actually built or a family that's built their wealth for real over time.
Can I jump in right quick on the democracy issue? Hello?
Yeah,
sure. But they scream a lot about democracy, but one of the important things to remember, especially coming from the Democrat Party, who I think has been completely subverted by foreign Castro Chavist interests, is they're not talking about the representative democracy that we all understand. It's a participatory or people's democracy, which is one of the central pillars of Castro Chavism, the leftist philosophy that's kind of the virus of today. So they're talking about a potential democracy that they want to bring in, and he's an obstacle to it, because there are governments, Chavez, for instance, who have refused to sign international treaties and documents without changing, excuse me, the key of what democracy is mentioned in the document. Is it representative or is it participatory? Bolivarian socialist. That's how you have the democratic socialists who have no freaking concern for what we understand as democracy. And it's just another one of those rallying cries that they can use to get the public on board, because they know what they mean by democracy is completely different than what's understood by
I don't think anybody on the panel is going to defend the legitimacy of the democratic structure in America. And, I believe that whether you want to call them social democrats or the democratic socialist movement of the early 20th century, I mean, Trotskyite is the foundation of neocon conservatism. So they're all on the same team, moving towards the same general direction. And that's why conservatism is just a few years behind. But yeah, I mean, good point.
Yep, and as far as my appreciation of Trump, he's the only candidate, Republican or Democrat, who I've seen mention Castro Chavism. In 2020, he tweeted about AOC and Bernie being Castro Chavist puppets, etc. And that is an ideology that in the Anglosphere is still completely unknown, despite the fact that it's infected almost every one of our institutions. Because a lot of the right-wing political celebrities and influencers we've got, I know the running joke is probably take a drink every time Andrew mentions Venezuela, but that Venezuela has waged a concerted effort for the past 23 years through the social forums to organize a network of networks, which almost every leftist social movement in this country is connected to. And I know that he uses private intelligence as opposed to CIA, or he did when he was president. And that gives some hope that even if the deep state has subverted the 3-letter agencies that are part of the government, he still has a means of getting intel and information about what's actually going on from outside of that. And I think that's necessary, because at this point, I think we're probably 90% plus subverted as far as that goes. But just my 2 cents on the matter. Always Venezuela and Castro Chavism.
If I may interject as a Latin American person, I don't think it's very meaningful for us to discuss the ideological infiltration, because it's like talking about neo-Marxism. Ultimately, those things are below the spiritual. So if you're talking about, for example, I don't know, the fact that there are concrete, let's say, structures and nodes of power that are pushing those ideas or those agendas, and they're trying to.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes,
yeah,
I understand. I understand you're saying that, but it really doesn't matter unless you let it in, and unless it actually has the power to displace the actual elite that actually doesn't mind about those things. Like, I don't think that any of the Latin American, let's say, players can affect the real powerful elites in North America. That's just.
I think they have already, and there's plenty of evidence to say that. I mean, going back as far as 2003, there's a book, Movement of Movements, that I used as a text ages ago, and Venezuela was instrumental in organizing the social forums, and the social forums gave birth to most of these. The 2003 anti-war protests, most of the leaders of that give full credit to the social forums for actualizing it, and they've had massive effects, and that has infected a lot of the elite class, the Hollywood. They're in bed with them whether they realize it or not. So
I want to get the Eschaton Vigil, because I know he follows these topics quite closely. Welcome, brother. Anything you want to share in regards to the topic we're on now, or the general topic of the open panel? Eschaton Vigil, you're muted.
Just unmute, bro.
Got unmuted.
Oh, he's got a kid right now.
Okay. Children. Holy noise.
I'm here.
What are your thoughts on
trying to make sure I don't have any echo?
Yeah. So what's up? All right.
Here we go.
Okay.
So what's up? Oh, I just thought I'd join. I know y'all were on. It's a little late. Is this going through?
Yeah, we can hear you, but I think, are you playing the video in the background? Because I heard myself.
Weird.
You might have the other tab open as well. You might have might have to close the tab.
DPH, put your dog on the mic.
Yeah. Cody's want me to pet him.
Anyway. My wife let all our chickens, so I've been trying to ward them off here. So
there we go. I had some technical difficulties.
Andrew, I'm sure your dog knows about Castro Chavism.
With as much time as she spent with me in the room, probably.
Eschaton Vigil, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah. What's your thoughts on all of it?
Oh man, I got tons of thoughts. So for those who don't know, I've served as a police officer. I was in the military. I've been through sniper school. There's a lot of reference material on what took place. It looked like it was just a slew of massive failures. It was just an unbelievable amount of failures happening all at the same time. And then the amazing part is no one, except for obviously the president made it through. So pretty fascinating that all of that was taking place. I think it was probably right around that moment I had kind of a revelation of, wow, we might actually have this possibility of seeing an election. I think everyone else has kind of already put it aside that the election's not going to happen however we think it's going to.
Right. Anybody have something they want to add to that?
I was thinking about that Eschaton Vigil because so my sister-in-laws who are apolitical are suddenly interested in voting for Trump. But as I tell people, the only female vote that matters is it's not so much them, but in the cities of like Philadelphia, Detroit, Atlanta, it's the fat black women who are doing the actual counting of votes. So that's I'm not sure that Trump's performance is going to move that needle much.
I've heard people saying that because of this assassination attempt or something, that's proof or evidence towards the election actually mattering, that votes actually matter. So get out there and vote. I mean, do you guys think they're actually scared of a legitimate election, or that they might get caught with rigging again?
So they don't. Okay,
I
so
think the second choice is more possible than the first one.
Elections matter in a way that's different than what you think. So if you want to get an idea of how federal elections even work, I'm not even going to say this century. Go back before mass immigration. Look at the election of 1876, or you can also look into a character. His name was Mark Hanna, who who was the kingmaker in the United States in the 1880s and 1890s. Like literally, he was a high school classmate of John D. Rockefeller. That man literally controlled the entire federal government. It's fascinating, and it's always been the people who actually make the political decisions and policy decisions of the United States government has always been people behind the scenes. The great thing about looking, that far back 140 years ago is that everything is written, it's all out in the open, and it's very easy to study. So elections matter, but not in the sense of picking the leaders. They matter in that it lets the ruling class know, okay, how much can I get away with, or how much can we get away with before we start facing like serious political resistance. So in that sense, they matter a bit. But then, of course, you have the element of you're also sharing data in the sense of you're sharing your position with the people who are, tallying the real votes. So, that's the sense. That's the only sense in which I see that voting historically in the United States from the beginning has mattered.
Yeah, I agree with the general sentiment, but I do think that this event will greatly help Trump get reelected. And also let's remember that Trump was convicted previously, so he's already getting the black vote for being a felon. So I wanted to hear from
he has my vote. That's true.
Yeah, I wanted to ask.
I mean, think about it. Like when you mentioned that, Trump has been more hood than most gangsters or most rappers these days. He's been arrested.
3 baby mamas,
got chargers.
Yeah,
he got 3 baby mamas, and he got shot at. And he filed for bankruptcy. Damn.
Exactly.
Like he got my vote alone, just for the baby mama drama.
Yeah, definitely. So I wanted to ask our resident person of color here, Mr. Westford, what he thought about Trump's re-election. And
well, I mean, during 20, I was following it very closely, and I was had pretty thoroughly swung towards conservative after I'd been somewhat liberal for a couple years, and I saw all of the rigging happening, and it totally killed my faith in the system. And I was also starting to become orthodox at the time, and looking into monarchy and all that. So I wasn't expecting myself to vote at all. I was like, it's all nonsense. Democracy sucks. But the only argument I've heard in favor of it, other than the baby mama stuff, which is pretty compelling, I think, but is like the Pascal's wager. Like it might not work, might not do anything, but if you vote, it could do something. That's like the only real.
Well, if you follow gambling and betting odds, the likelihood, again, according to those sites, of him getting elected rose to over 70%.
Right.
So again, that they know what's going to happen, but certainly in regards to people putting money on it, various gambling methods, that they view that this has dramatically helped him. And in the case of Reagan, didn't he win all but the state of Minnesota after he got shot? So
yeah. I mean, I think if everything is above board and it works like it's
right, but we know that's not.
Then I don't think there's any way that he wouldn't win. He obviously won 4 years ago. If anybody that was paying attention, but yeah, I just don't think that it's an above the board system.
In regards to voting, the only again, given that who knows what goes on at the federal scale, but I would say, and Father Deacon Doctor was on the channel. We mentioned that. For me, when I vote for the local sheriff, and that was really effective because when 2020 happened, our sheriff didn't enforce any of the policies. So our county, unlike Marion County, which is Indianapolis, our county didn't do anything, and they couldn't force anything. And so if you refused to wear a mask, no store would kick you out because they couldn't. And so I think there are consequences at the very immediate local level, maybe at the state level, who knows?
Right.
And obviously at the federal level, there's major questions in regards to whether voting is efficacious or not.
And the thing is, even at the local level, money is actually what matters more. Since you mentioned sheriff, so I live in a very small rural county, and the fact is, if I gave $200 to one of the two candidates running for sheriff right now, that actually would move the needle way more than me even voting. Like me not voting and giving $200 matters more. So that's the thing to take into account, because that money that's raised, it's you're not just donating to the candidate, you're donating to the power structure behind said candidate and what they do with that money for. What I'll say is when I was living in much closer to Austin. There were 2 retired Republican fixers on my block, and they had a lot of stories about fixing Republican nominations. So as you mentioned, Reagan, how he won everything except Minnesota in '84. The fact is, at the end of the day, it was the Council on Foreign Relations that still picked all the policies that were done in the Reagan administration.
True.
That's why Donald Trump was not actually able to hire the people he wanted to hire. He's given pre-list, essentially a pre-approved list of people he can hire, all who are, shall we say, educated and indoctrinated the correct way, so to further the aims of the ruling class. So, like the day that you see the day I see a president who gets into office and actually selects people who are not related to, the CFR, Trilateral Commission, etc. That is the first day that you'll see a president who's unchained and someone who actually can change things. Unfortunately, that just simply hasn't happened in more than a century.
Yep, I agree with that.
I think you can already see J.D. Vance's APAC contribution list.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier. He's another wall kisser, so that's for sure. How effective he's going to be?
His son also does the ads for Jay's ads. He does Jay's ads, the commentaries. Vivek, his son, he has like a Hindu wife and everything.
Yeah, we already mentioned that.
Yeah,
that we haven't mentioned about this, the impact of this politically speaking, is that right now we're seeing a trend of political candidates that ride on the wave of, let's say, a political discontent among the people. So if you're looking like an anti-systemic figure, if you're looking like an underdog, like challenging the system, you're going to gain a lot of support. Like in Argentina, what happened with Milei, it wasn't that people were basically, let's say, libertarians. It was that they were fed up with the system, and a political candidate took advantage of that and positioned themselves as the, let's say, right antidote against the corruption of the system. So what's ironic is that we've already seen this before. Like the first time Trump won was basically on that same vein of like, I'm going to drain the swamp, whatever, and the swamp remains. So I don't think that Trump's learned anything from that, but I think he's going to be able to milk that very effectively, given the fact that he's now actually been shown to be, let's say, kind of a threat to the ruling powers or whatever. So I think that Trump probably is going to be reelected after this.
Yeah. Welcome, Father Deacon. How are you?
Did you say Trump being reelected after
Hey, what's
this?
up, guys?
Hey, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Oh, man. Yeah, there's so much stuff. We've talked about this before, too, and, a lot of it's speculation. And but I'm brushing up, reading my Dave McGowan book, Programmed to Kill. And like just kind of going back through a lot of stuff and like maybe even perhaps some political philosophy too, just when events like this happen, I think can give us some good insights into, again, at the end of the day, we're all kind of making speculations, but we certainly can kind of see patterns and get kind of good kind of overview and look in anticipation of what's going to go on or what possibly could. I think that's kind of probably the best approach.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
There it is.
Yep. I actually wrote that book. That's another thing I created. I created Pascal's Wager, Jay Dyer,
wow,
and elections. Oh, in South America. That's right. Those are the name 4 things that FDA created.
So we'll ask you. This is a question that we've kind of bounced around. 1, do you think the assassination attempt was real? 2, do you think this will have a benefit to Trump's reelection? 3, do you think things are going to get crazier before the election and that they'll try to take Trump out?
I think it was real. I like what you had said earlier about that. I mean, real in the sense that there weren't like crisis actors and stuff like that. That's what you mean,
right.
Correct?
Right.
Not that it might not have been obviously planned or something like that. So yeah, I think you intuitively it doesn't have the marks that other kind of staged events did. So I think it's more reasonable to conclude that, yeah, I think they actually tried to assassinate him. I'm still not clear who the actual shooter is.
Agreed.
We've got two stories on that's weird itself. Clearly there was at least one shooter. What if it would be weird if it was like those were actually the two shooters? There was like more than one that we.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I keep that as a possibility.
There are multiple shots. Yeah, I mean, at this point, all we have is like you hear stuff. Like nobody's done any kind of like ballistics analysis or anything like that, so we have no idea how many other people were in on it. But I mean, the one guy that they have, and I don't know. Obviously, he's just a patsy or something like that. But it's like it checks all the check marks, right? The boxes. Lonely
his
kid.
His parents are psychologists.
His parents are psychologists. He's in SSRIs, stuff like that. So again, I try to.
He's in a dang BlackRock ad. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about the BlackRock ad. So, I mean, look. Let's just lay out the what are the possible options? It is really the deep state that is doesn't want Trump and created an assassination, in which case they'll do it again. Because that really looked like, I mean, you can't fake that. That's basically what I saw. I'm like, you can't, he turned his head.
That was my thoughts, but multiple people here in the chat think that it was scripted and it was fake. But I agree with you.
It was just ketchup on his ear.
Yeah, that's right. It
was a Hollywood squib.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty far out there.
He had a dye pack in his hand.
Yes,
and he picked it up when he squatted down.
Yeah. The fact like two people died also. One
person died, two were critically injured.
Yeah, and so,
I mean, there's one thing that I found that I was thinking about this the other day. Is there anything that's just so certain that somebody can't doubt it? I'm like, there can always be the guy that's like, oh, I don't. Well, it could be this, right? There always can be the person out there that's like, well, how do you know it can't be? I mean, these are kind of unreasonable standards to apply to anything. So,
right.
I don't entertain that. Okay, so what's the other option? It's to create division. Like this is planned by both sides, perhaps.
Perhaps. I mean, well, did you see one of the things that leads credence to that, and I haven't mentioned it yet, is that Nikki Haley, upon Trump, so he was able to invite who he wanted to come to the RNC convention. 30 minutes before the shots were fired, Nikki Haley was somehow promoted to become a speaker at the RNC convention, which has led some people to speculate that even potentially the Republicans were in on this potential assassination, already setting the stage that Nikki Haley then was going to be at the convention when she wasn't supposed to be, because Trump specifically said he didn't want to invite her.
Didn't she just fly on one of the top Adelson's private jet to Israel like last week?
Yeah. Well, and Trump, didn't he just take how many millions of dollars from the Adelsons?
Bingo.
Well, and keep in mind that I think BlackRock chose Haley as their candidate, right?
Right, which makes sense.
And also in regard to what FDA was saying about potentially more than one shooter, a lot of the JFK analysts and theorists think that there was more than, Oswald, there was other shooters. So there would be precedence for that. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if.
I wouldn't either.
Okay, so we got two options. What's a third option? Now, part of this too could be, I definitely think, if I were a deep state intelligence agency or something like that, I imagine I would have several different kinds of plans and contingencies. So I think we should probably think along those lines. First is to just create chaos. I think the one thing that you always look at too that they're probably working and planning on is crisis reaction solution. So that's why I anticipate that there could be an assassination of Biden, who they already want to get rid of, and then blame it on Trump MAGA supporters, and then shut that down. So what are some other possibilities that we can kind of, let's just go with the kind of repeating patterns that they, what do we know and the things that they could do or why they would be doing it.
To be the devil's advocate, we could also say, and I want BLA's like commentary on this, that they made a sound, and then when Trump ducked, he put on like some makeup, because like the line of blood was like aesthetically so pleasing to me.
Well, Trump would know about that as an IMDb official, equity card holding actor, right? No, I was Edward Scissorhands, folks. I had razor blades in my fingertips. I was ready for it. I don't.
But there's a photo.
Having an IMDb resume is not a bad thing. Let me just say, it's helped me out tremendously.
I was going to say, in regards to the blood being fake, I mean, you can see the photo, the famous photo where everybody's on top of him. You can see the blood coming down and it dripping. So
CGI.
Yeah. Well, somebody in the chat said they think the whole thing was AI.
Why was his hands?
Well, if that's AI, that means you're AI. In which case, I can't trust the AI telling me it was AI.
Right. The ultimate psyop. So, Father Deacon, do you think that things are going to get? I mean, the general consensus, I think Glenn was one of the few that didn't think this was going to benefit or necessarily benefit Trump politically. Do you think it'll benefit? And how do you see the timeline moving to, what is it, November 5th is the election?
If that was the only things going on, sure. Does that make sense?
Right.
Yeah.
That if it was as that simple that it was just crazy leftists, woke, Antifa, BLM dudes doing this, yeah. But that's kind of a simplistic, that they didn't have that. Let's say even like the other side or the deep state didn't have other plans too in the workings, which they do.
Yeah, they're going to push it.
Ceteris paribus, yeah, like it would. But this is just the beginning. Like, obviously, that's not. This isn't just an isolated incident. I was talking to my mom. I think yesterday when I was driving down to church, and she was saying, well, this is all just normal. There's been assassination attempts all throughout history. And I was saying, but it's not quite normal, because why? Once you put it in the kind of context of what's been going on in the last 4 years, from rigged elections to, false flags and staged kind of January 6th coups and COVID and all the stuff that's been going on, and with the media and stuff like that. I'm like, it's unprecedented. Like, yeah, okay, assassination attempts, but you always have to put an event within the kind of historical context of the time of what's going on. And it isn't kind of normal. It's highly advanced 4D kind of geopolitics.
I agree, Father Deacon. It is unprecedented. I mean, the only time that sort of compares with this, in my opinion, seems to be like the endless stream of assassinations and war in the 1960s. I mean, we forget RFK was assassinated. They were covering it on public, on television in the hotel. With that, what we know about that, which seems obvious now about Sirhan and MK Ultra.
Mm-hmm.
And then, with COINTELPRO and Martin Luther King, and then just all of the events mixed in with all the mass cultural events of, Woodstock. It ends with the, with the boomer movement. It ends with Altamont and the stabbing on camera, which that to me sort of plays into the origins of the current war in the Middle East, at a music concert. It's just massive cultural creation events mixed in with overt military action and political action, and then counter, the Cold War is at the height. But even all of that doesn't resonate with the average individual in public like it does now. I think that the turning point with that was obviously with Karanka, and we went from the war on terror to the war on the self, and especially with the fact that somebody in the chat mentioned a while back about voice of God technology, and it's almost like this stuff is now individualized on the thing that you carry around all the time, mixed in with the stuff with SSRIs.
Well, exactly to your point with the smartphone and the algorithm, you think that the NSA or these intelligence agencies can't choose? Let's just theorize. Let's say Timothy Crooks was the shooter, and that the information in his algorithm doesn't feed and perpetuate the disposition that they already know he has based on messages, social media posts. Of course they do.
Not to mention
if he's
searching those things out, if he's in a whatever Discord server, he's on 4chan or whatever. We've seen that obviously continuously with these big E events. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the question would be like, if the deep state eventually ends up, I don't know, putting a bomb or poisoning Trump, or if he gets to the elections unscathed, that would definitely show who's behind this, because it's clearly probably not something that's happening organically, let's say, without any kind of guidance from the people who control what you see in the media. And it's funny that in the past we've seen all of the leftist commentators going against Trump because of his rhetoric, yet now you'll start to see how they start to make apologies for what's happened and blame Trump for the attempt.
Let me ask Jay also about what would be the thing that would change all of this and just kind of throw all this out the window, like a galvanizing event with an overt domestic terror situation. Would it be something with where something is planned or staged where we're attacked from Russia, or would it be
they told
sort of Gladio army?
They had reports that the guy Crooks had supposedly allegedly BOMBs in his car. Did you guys see that?
Yep.
So when I was going back and reading the trial verdict after the Maidan situation, that seems to have been a situation where they intentionally wanted to provoke a kind of a coup. Not that they didn't have already, Biden in place, but I think that maybe not so much a coup, but they might have wanted to spark off some kind of big, event that would have then led to, putting in Haley or something like that. And then they could have come out and said, Trump caused this with his rhetoric, which is the opposite of what's true. And there might have even been an intention to have other Trump supporters, shooting at other people. You know what I mean? To cause.
Well, I envision that for the Nikki Haley scenario you just laid out, Jay. I envision that if they were successful, they would have used Trump as a martyr, and Nikki Haley would have become the biggest Trump supporter in the world, just to take over his audience, to then get the energy behind her as she's the new forefront of this movement. And then I think they absolutely would have given the election to her, kept Biden, and done whatever, so that she would have been the winner to galvanize all that energy towards, again, the policies that we all know that she would establish, the BlackRock agenda.
Well, they're definitely going to use that scene where Trump says fight. Remember that?
Yeah. Well, what was your feelings on that? So with me and BLA, we watched that initial video.
Well, that's interesting because that's interesting because that's one of Joe's slogans. Keep fighting, keep fighting Joe, whatever Joe himself wouldn't say it, but keep fighting Joe. That's sort of been hijacked, I suppose, by this. So
what is Joe fighting for? His
I think
his walker?
Stay awake.
He's fighting
his
sleep.
Medicine.
I think it's his constipation.
That could be a thing.
Dude, he's fighting to keep his ideas straight every single second. Like,
his ideas haven't been straight since the 70s. Come on now.
Also, I told the some neighbors here, I'm like, I'm gonna go back and watch both versions of the Manchurian Candidate too. I think we'll get some insights.
Oh, yeah.
The newest version is very good. Is very good. It's probably better than the first one. Yeah.
I would the newest version is more relatable to our current, like within our lifetime.
Yeah.
And don't forget that one with Mel
there's
Gibson.
there's actually several really relevant films for this scenario. There is Parallax View with Warren Beatty from the 70s, where you have this journalist who's brought into a private corporation that basically brainwashes people to become patsies. It's a pretty good 70s movie. Of course, the Manchurian Candidate movies are classic. But the Stephen King Dead Zone with Christopher Walken actually has a guy who thinks that the incoming Trumpish looking president, played by I think Martin Sheen, is going to be a dictator, and so he decides it's his job to take him out. And he does this sort of scenario where he gets up on, with a sniper rifle or whatever he's got. But there's quite a few of these. Shooter with
I was gonna say Shooter. I was
Marky
waiting for you to
Mark.
say it.
Yeah,
I was gonna
exactly.
see if you're gonna say it.
Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson.
The gunman with Sean Penn has a political assassination in a foreign country, but has a political assassination. Or the International with Clive Owen begins with this
Oh yeah, yeah.
like this.
Now, what's really going to blow your mind?
Bankers.
Veggie Tales.
Are you talking about the fib from outer space?
Now, Father Deacon, did you create Veggie Tales as well?
I created Veggie Tales. I mean, there's the surface kind of meaning of, but the real meaning behind Veggie Tales is basically the scenario that we're.
In fact,
Do you remember Salty too?
Oh, don't forget Golden Girls. Golden Girls has a great
Golden Girls.
assassination episode. Oh, I'm joking.
I'm sorry.
Are we forgetting Olympus Has Fallen? I mean,
things are about to get sporty.
Well, again, but think about Garland's Civil War, right? I mean, in the movie, if you remember, Nick Offerman is playing a Trumpy-ish, president who basically the point of the movie is that like he needs to be taken out because he's going to destroy the country. And at the end of the film, when he's taken out, they're like, well, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. And in the film, the point is kicking off a civil war, right?
Right.
I mean, there's already a civil war, but I'm saying that this president we're led to believe in the movie is like the cause of why everything's bad. Did you guys see it? The Civil War by Garland? Yeah.
I did an analysis on that.
Yeah, and I talked a little bit about it. BLA and I were going back and forth through text talking about it. I mean, I thought the movie itself was kind of boring, pure propaganda, everything you'd expect, but highlighting everything you guys just mentioned with all these movies, I think that's partly why people are already programmed where, you look at the left response and things that we've already highlighted. It's like they're already programmed that this is sort of normal. Like BLA, we're living in a movie, and their emotional response to it is like watching a movie.
Yes, programmed and synthetic. And don't forget that movie also has war crimes perpetuated by MAGA people, and that the final act is a journalist, standing over the body of the president and giving his last words. And it's also I was talking about this earlier that, it's an interesting movie because the way they portray the Civil War is that kind of just like things just happen, and that people are still living their normal lives outside of the wartime situation. But there are whole brigades of like live stream Redditors who are fighting as part of the sort of civilian cadre in the film. In the Line of Fire is another one. It's a more kind of overt movie about a Secret Service agent who failed in the last one, who is now somehow part of the continuous the Secret Service security detail, which is actually relevant to this. What happened?
But they weren't a DEI hire, though. Remember that they weren't a DEI hire.
Yeah.
Well, what we really would have, if we really wanted to see the situation resolved, we can go watch Guarding Tess, where Nicolas Cage is an excellent Secret Service member and a model citizen.
That's true. Or Zoolander. Remember where there's a long. They're showing the montage of MK Ultra assassins, and Zoolander is in the same family tradition as John Wilkes Booth. Also, the book Glamorama by Bret Easton Ellis is about that. Is about a monarched male model who is programmed to be an assassin and terrorist. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gridbud Motorsports, American Nacho, welcome, guys. You guys have any comments on the topic or anything that we're speaking about right now?
Yeah, I don't know how much of the juicy stuff I missed. I had my own little takes on the attempted assassination and everything like that. So, but I don't know how much of it I missed. I always miss the good ones.
Well, I really liked all the movie references. Those were cool. I've seen most of them, I think.
One of the C theory things that came out of this also I saw was that Trump wasn't the intended target. It was the person behind him who had some sort of ties. I don't know anything else about that, but that's Jack Reacher. That's what happens in the first Jack Reacher. Remember that there's an anonymous assassination from a bridge, and then it turns out that it's the other 4 people assassinated are just a cover up for the one person. Yeah.
Yep.
That's a great point.
Yeah, and I don't know how much of the the full on deep state, I don't think it was as bad as like JFK, you know what I mean? But I think it was more like a boxer being told to drop his hand, you know what I mean? It's like it seems like the agent that was sitting on the roof just let him squeeze off a few rounds. They had somebody that they knew was going to be there. They left him an opening, and they let him squeeze off rounds, and they figured he could do the job because he was probably a pretty good shot. We'll probably have some of that information, or maybe we'll never find out. Maybe it'll be 50 years.
Well, in regard to being a good shot, he was actually rejected from the rifle club at the school, his high school, because he was apparently a poor shot, and they thought it was dangerous. Oh, wow. But who knows if he spent, again, that was in high school, so let's say he graduated 17, 18. So he could have been, again, if he was using...
but he was proficient to some degree.
Right. So he had a Demolition Ranch t-shirt on, which is a gun channel on YouTube. So maybe he had been practicing. His dad has 20 registered guns to him. The gun that he used was registered to his dad. Apparently when police went to his house, as Jay said, he had explosives both in his car and in his bedroom, and had 12 of his dad's rifles and guns in his bedroom.
Did they reveal the caliber?
It was 5.56.
Okay, because what was really weird is you had all these leftists on, Reddit and Twitter saying it was a 22. And if you know anything about, I'm like,
right. Well, I saw a leftist too that didn't know the difference between the casing and the bullet. So they were looking at a 5.56. Like, you're telling me this whole thing went through his ear?
Well, it's interesting because a lot of the first reports said that he got that it was a pellet gun or a BB gun or something like that. And I'm like, no, you can clearly hear the report.
You can hear it.
And somebody said that he had gotten hit in the chest and the body armor, and I'm like, no, you get hit in the body armor. I don't care who you are. You're going to go down, and you're going to stay down for a little while because it hurts a lot. And
there's also a history, by the way, of young people being involved.
I can't hear you, Glenn. Your mic is really low.
There's a history
my bad.
Of young people supposedly being involved in things like this. Remember the news story about the I don't know how to say this, SCHOOL shooter training program in like Matamoros, or it was somewhere in southwestern United States, or in Matamoros. And then there was Wayne Williams, who was the serial killer in Atlanta, who claimed that he was trained as a teenager as part of a Phoenix style program to kill assassination program.
So this guy, he didn't make his school's shooting team.
No, he was rejected. Actually,
we can see why.
He tried out.
Perfect cover.
You did set that one up for me there.
Yep.
So what? Can I just ask real quick? What's the purpose of the left coming out and trying to say it was a 22? What are your thoughts on?
I think most people
they're
just
just
aren't familiar
ignorant.
with guns. I mean, it's from 130 feet. Obviously, a 22 could get there, but given that, at least from what we understand, the gentleman that was shot in the head, it was a significant blow where his brain was exposed and brain matter was on the floor. I mean, what we're told, it was
unless they're altering. I mean, if you've shot guns, because I was shooting gophers with a 22. I mean, it's the sound of it. Like you can hear the sound like of different calibers. Like if you're familiar with. And so obviously in that much noise, I'm like, you would not hear a 22. It wouldn't sound like that at all. If you heard it at all.
No, I agree. I think they just aren't familiar with guns. But from what I saw in regards to the photo of the gun, it was a pretty standard AR-15 shooting 5.56 with a scope on it.
Well, yeah, I saw something floating around, but it was all like allegedly this is the rifle he used, and it was like a $12,000 rifle or something. I was like, what? But it was on X, and it was probably like 10 hours, 12 hours ago. So, but everything's been kind of like a hurricane.
I don't, who knows? I was just, from what I saw, it was a scoped AR-15. We're told it's 5.56, but who knows?
Okay.
I saw that and I thought that was faked. They're referencing several of the other shooters.
Yeah, I think even the account that posted it, I think, was like, somebody help.
Yeah, I think that was a fake, but it's pretty fascinating that a number of shooters have had high-end weapons, high-end rifles that have been zeroed, or have, or two of them with, very specific magazines and things. It's just none of it would make sense for someone who is such an amateur at this.
Right. And I hadn't mentioned, and I'm sure people are already aware, but just though it's in the stream, that a police officer has stated to sources that they climbed the ladder, saw the shooter, he turned the rifle around, pointed at him, he climbed back down the ladder, and then turned around and shot a few seconds later.
And actually before that, I just read a little bit earlier that somewhere around 30 minutes before they had started shooting, someone actually got a photo of him.
Yep. Yeah, I already said that. A police officer, 30 minutes before had a photo of him on the roof.
So the problem
that's what I thought. They were
the idea of
reported to
somebody being
police.
on the roof is there's no video of it. We have video of everything except an officer climbing up that ladder with he's confronting that.
We have a video of the guy on the roof, but not 30 minutes earlier.
Right.
But like 8 minutes earlier.
We have the guy. We have video of the guy climbing up on the roof. We have video of the guy laying on the roof. There's no video of a cop ever being in that area. We do it, and we also have video of the people saying, "Hey, there's a guy that climbed up there."
Yeah.
So right now, I don't believe anything that's not on video.
Right. Well, Jay showed earlier in his stream. I tuned into Jay's stream, and he was showing. I think it may have been in Paul Joseph Watson's video, but it shows the full 2 minutes from when the person who was filming was getting the attention of the police and the Secret Service, telling them, and you can watch the whole thing, and for 2 minutes, and then their shots fired, and that was all filmed. That's all on camera.
Right. And you can see that ladder in the background, and there's no cop on that ladder.
Right.
So that it can't play out the way the cop is saying it played out. You can't.
Well,
timing doesn't allow it.
But it'd be strange to even say that if you were the police officer. It doesn't put you in a good light that you spotted a potential assassin and he pointed the rifle at you and you climbed back down.
Right. Well, and you didn't have your gun out because you
didn't have a gun out, or just climb down and radio to the other police officer.
Right.
I mean, because from my understanding, there was 4 snipers, 2 were Secret Service, 2 were the local police. And so in regards to the comms, that police officer should be hooked up in the comms to that police department sniper, even though from what I understand, the Secret Service and the police were on different comm systems, so they couldn't directly connect. But I was hearing like Dan Bongino in another interview said that it's standard operation, or that there's a person that is a mediator between the comms. So he has access to both radios. And so he's listening to both. So if the police said, "Hey, we have a guy on the roof," he would have immediately then set it into the Secret Service comm. And there's 4 of them looking right at it.
Right. The other problem I have is the sniper has come out and said, the guy that actually took the shot has come out and said that he had that guy in his sights for 3 minutes and could have taken him at any time.
And he didn't
and was
require
waiting to be
permission to
cleared.
shoot. That's the other thing.
But that was on
Yeah,
Reddit.
That's what I was going to ask too. I don't know if any of you guys know or anything about what the stipulations are, but I'm pretty sure Secret Service can basically just fire at will to some degree, right?
They
Like
can.
Yeah,
No,
they don't
I
have
mean,
require.
not really. The
No,
problem is they
still
have
gotta
too
get
many
clearance.
other.
It still has to go through clearance. I mean, being probably
But in a situation like that where like
no,
the
you
president
still- you still
or
gotta get
Secret Service on a marksmanship detail do not have to get clearance.
As somebody who's created the Secret Service, I could actually speak on this. I'm never going to stop with this joke. I don't care.
I heard they had the ladder because the fireman put the ladder up there because he said he had to get his kitty.
yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I kind of thought that there's no clearance needed. You just shoot first and ask questions later.
I think that it's just we don't know the facts because I've also heard what Grid One Motorsports said. And we don't know if it was the 2 police snipers or the 2 Secret Service snipers. One of them said that they had him in sights and they're waiting for clearance to take the shot. Other people that were former Secret Service said that they don't need clearance in that situation. I don't know,
Well,
but
the problem is that with
being
the
a
problem with
police
Secret
officer-
Service is they have when they're interfacing with several different groups. So when they see a guy with a gun, they don't know if that's another police sniper that's gotten into the wrong position, misunderstood his orders, and they're going to get a comm any second now saying, "Hey, don't shoot that guy. He's just out of position." They don't know that. That's why they generically do not just take the shot. I've actually heard that their TOE or ROE says that they cannot take the shot first. That the shot has to be fired first because they don't want to shoot some kid with a Nerf gun. That there actually has to be a shot fired before they can fire. I've heard that. I can't find that in writing anywhere. I've just heard that from several different sources. I'm a competitive shooter, and I know a bunch of people who do this kind of thing for a living. Matter of fact, I actually do know some Secret Service guys. I just haven't bothered to reach out to them because I'm sure that everybody they know is reaching out to them right now. So, but
it should be easy enough to make out what they're wearing, even at 150 meters, though, right?
But it doesn't make sense why they wouldn't themselves be on the roof.
150 feet.
Right. So if
it makes sense if someone's there.
That building was the staging center for the local police, and that ladder that was there, we find out is a permanent fixture to the building. How would the Secret Service and the local police not realize that that's something that they should block off?
It could have been a situation where they
and by the same token, if you saw somebody somebody climbing up there, you would think, well, it's just another. It's with a rifle. You think, okay, that's a cop going to take that position, which makes total sense to have somebody in that position.
Right.
Yeah, that does seem plausible because, like the example I was given earlier, where I was with 2 different famous people who had 2 different security details with them. Like one group didn't necessarily know the other group's security detail people because they had like plainclothes people amongst the crowd. So it could plausibly be a scenario where somebody doesn't know and could say, "Hey, is that another one of y'all snipers? Is that a police sniper? Who's that guy over there in that building?" That does seem plausible. And I would add too that when I asked Sammy the Bull what he thought, he said that if he was going to organize a hit like this, and he's organized many, he said what I would do is I would find some unstable kind of Democrat kid or somebody that hated Trump that was interested in shooting, and take him, train him. He said that you can train people to shoot guns pretty quickly. This kid apparently already had an interest in that. And then he would be the perfect patsy. And his theory, Sammy's theory, was that you would have somebody involved in the operation take that kid out, right? Even though you might have promised, if it was a hit, you would lie to the kid and say, "Oh yeah, we're gonna, make you into a hero. You're gonna be a martyr. You're gonna be working with us. We got to stop Trump at all costs." But you just take him out and wipe him out within the operation. That was his theory.
That makes sense to me.
It wouldn't surprise me. I think at the very least, they were just there to provide an opening, or the people who were on the job. I think those guys were potentially in on it.
Yeah, I think that's the general consensus of everybody on the panel, that it's more than just incompetence. It doesn't make logical sense.
Can we just blame the woman, please? Like it's so much easier. Like look, her sports bra, Teflon sports bra was fucking everything up. Then that's the problem.
So we got a few super chats. Let me just catch up on super chat super quick, and then if anything pops up you guys want to chat about, feel free. Siege D looks like he's a fan of you, Glenn. He has been supporting today, threw in $5 earlier, and then $2. Yo, Dano, we're not men. Our boss Glenn made it. Epic panel DPH, Glenn, Jay, and Rachel. And then question for Glenn: what soap do you use to keep yourself from turning into a soy boy liberal like Destiny? I don't know what that's about, but
let me help you.
Oh god.
Tactical soap from Grondike, all right? Tactical soap right here.
Oh, that's what
Wash
it's
your
about.
balls, all right? Get some real masculine soap right here, and it has pheromones in it. So if you have a wife, you may want to, tactical soap.
That's what it's about. Gotcha.
And Siege D is actually one of my admins.
Okay.
So, mod. So he's a good guy. He really good guy.
I see. And then he threw in $2 more and says, we've got Grid One Motorsports. Thanks, DPH. Well, thank you, Siege D, for all the super chats. Really appreciate you. Mud renewed his COTEL Crew membership of 16 months. Thank you very much, Mud. Over on Streamlabs, Ladder of Descent asked, why would a Uniate Ukrainian priest open prayer at that rally? Can you imagine the demand from boomers for him to be there? Sus. I mean, I did see the pastor. He is a Ukrainian Catholic.
I mean, why would Larry King from the Franklin scandal sing the national anthem at the 1984 Republican National Convention? Right. So
good point. Anonymous throws in $10, says, great panel. Oddball question. If looking to move from Canada to USA, where would the best Orthodox place to move to? There's a lot of good communities.
Not Canada.
Yeah. Florida's got a good one. Texas has a good one. From my understanding, SoCal, even though I wouldn't want to ever live in California, they have a strong community.
Well, there's a good Greek Orthodox one in Long Beach.
Well, I've been in SoCal with the Orthodox. They have tons of parishes and large churches and tons of young people. So I know that it's thriving down there, but California is big, but I wouldn't want to live there.
If you can see the heat,
I know about the one in Long Beach because we shot a film over there with the Greek Orthodox.
Oh, okay.
One of the guys that goes to that church is a member there, so we shot part of the film there. And I'm interested in it. I've been going, checking it out.
Hell yeah!
Me and Andrew, we've done it once.
Is that
I've done
Father
it once
Christopher
before.
Tellis? I can't remember the priest in the Long Beach. I'm confusing with the priest in Anaheim.
That you probably know better than I do. I don't know any.
Father Deacon or Jay, do you guys have any recommendations on Orthodox?
Yeah, get out of the cities. What do you think I'm building up here in Montana for you guys?
Yeah, Montana's got a strong community.
I'm trying to get out of the state, so
Well, when Yellowstone erupts, Father Deacon's going to be screwed. But until then,
or the nukes, we've got the nukes up at Great Falls.
That's true.
Yeah, but what are the am I gonna be killed from a purge, right? Like the movies or Yellowstone? I'm putting my odds on the city and purge style.
Yeah,
we've all watched the movies. What have you learned from the movies? Get out of the cities, right? What do they always do? Get out of the cities.
Then Storm the Cat.
Yeah, but then you got to worry about the people that the hills have eyes kind of folks.
Those people are all right. Okay, come on. I was born and raised in the Appalachian Mountains. Okay,
I will take a crackhead any day of the week, but them fleshy and hillbillies, man.
Oh, come on, dude. They're salt of the earth people right there, man.
I'm out.
Salt of the earth.
Storm the Cat throws in $10, says BlackRock equals Black Cube equals Saturn, Rimfan, Moloch. And then over on the Dono chat, Blue Skittle throws in $5, no comment. And then Andrew, the mad social scientist, says, my connection is flopping, but wanted to say thanks and wish y'all well and a wonderful night. So thank you, Andrew. He was on earlier. and we're up to speed now on all the. Oh, we got a few that came in here on YouTube. Dano renewed his membership. Great panel night. Thanks for hosting, DPH. Well, thanks for being here, Dano. Thanks for your support. Angel Berber, David, Glenn, Grid One, Jay Dyer. What a panel. God bless you, brother David and crew. Well, thank you very much, Angel Berber. And thank you to everybody who came up on the panel today. Really appreciate you guys. Rough Hands renews his membership, said the SS Sniper, Secret Service sniper, had a scope that was capable of seeing his eye color. I don't accept they didn't see a weapon in his hand. Love you guys. Great stream. Agreed, Rough Hands. And then
if that's the case, then they knew damn well he wasn't a fellow officer.
They had to. The only plausible explanation I've heard is that he was perched behind the elevated point on the roof, and that they couldn't get a clear picture of him.
That's what I mentioned. That's what I noticed.
The only thing. But I've also heard other people call bullshit on that were snipers in secret. So I don't know, but that would be the only excuse that.
But if you look at the roof, it's not that high of
it's not. It's not that high pitch.
It's not that high of a pitch. So, I mean, and he was kind of down, towards the gutter. He was like middle of the roof. So maybe, but I don't, man. Unless his roof where he was at was at a much higher elevation, where they couldn't get that line of sight. I don't see that being the problem.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not buying it, but I was just giving them
the only thing that really makes sense is that they were either waiting for a release to shoot him, or they were told not to shoot him.
Right.
There's only two things. There's only two options.
Right.
Look, I shoot competitively. I shoot 3-gun at a high level. I make just last month I shot a match. I did the stage in 50 seconds, and that was included 5 targets from 200 or from 115 out to 460 yards on the clock. I went 1 for 1 on all the long range after having run 50 yards. So this is like a super easy shot for someone to make. I don't understand why the guy was up there for that long. I don't understand why he was up there for 3 minutes, with somebody looking at him,
let alone possibly 30 minutes.
The whole thing kind of stinks, right? Like the whole thing is like, it's it sounds like the guy had it sounds like the shooter was perfectly capable of making an accurate shot and had equipment to do so. But I can tell you that the Secret Service, I do know how they handle their weaponry, because it's pretty standard across the board. And I'm telling you, they could have taken that guy out at any point they wanted to, right. Which they did. Once they shot, it was one shot and that guy's head exploded.
Right.
So, that's the.
Yeah, I heard one that there was 11, and I don't know, but I saw one post that said there's 11 shots total, 8 from the shooter, and then 3 from the snipers, with the headshot being, I believe, the first shot. So he was already dead, but I think they took 2 more to make sure. So there's that was just what I was reading. Who knows? But again, to allow him to get 8 shots off? I mean, that's wild.
Well, I mean, 8 shots, even if he did 10 splits, I mean, that's 1 second ish.
Well, and I wonder, have they already started talking about like whether they were already keeping tabs on him and stuff like that? Has that come out yet?
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier, that the Secret Service, and that was what Dan Bongino said in the video we played at the beginning of the open panel, was that according to his sources, they had already spotted him and found him suspicious. Or maybe he said
no,
this
but
today.
I meant prior to the speech even.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that Dan Bongino today said, according to his sources, Secret Service and the local police already found him to be suspicious, and then they lost sight of him and then reemerged on the roof once the rally began. But he said normal protocol in Secret Service is if they were to spot somebody who was of suspicion like that, Trump would have never went on stage, and they would have found him and isolated him before they would have brought Trump on stage. So that still doesn't make any sense.
That's like the scene in Taxi Driver where De Niro shows up with the mohawk at the Palatine rally, right? And they lose sight of him running through the crowd. Of course, that's a film, but still, it's the same situation.
Right.
Well, I just want to see how they're going to spin up the narrative. You know, it seems like they're just going to run the same old play that they run all the time, which is that, oh, well, this 3-letter agency was paying attention to him, that 3-letter agency was paying attention to him, but since none of them, we don't communicate very well, and there's a problem there, and so none of us had enough, you know, information to act before Trump arrived and spoke, you know, in the state or in his neighborhood. You know what I mean? It seems like the tried and true, you know.
Well, I mean, I've said on my show, and I know Glenn and I've talked about it at length. I want to see the drone footage. You know, there's drone footage. There has to be.
Well,
I really want to see the drone footage.
True.
Well, that's what Bongino said, is that's normal protocol for an event. Where is it? Where was the aerial support?
Yeah, we saw that live with the Rittenhouse event. We saw infrared drone footage at the time as it was happening, but we probably won't see that.
Well, maybe he wasn't granted any drones. I mean, he was barely even granted the security detail that he has. I mean, what's crazy is, you know, that they put a bill, or they're writing a bill that they try to.
No, they already wrote it. It's
they wrote the bill. Yeah,
it was months ago.
To
like 4 or 5 months ago.
Basically, to remove his detail from him. He'll be the only person this damn thing affects. They writing a bill just for Trump to remove his Secret Service detail.
Yeah, their argument was because he was a convicted felon. It was it was in April.
So, but also Biden came out and said something about the Secret Service to some degree. I know he said something about an investigation or something, but then did he say that he would now offer him a full detail, or he didn't say anything?
Well,
about
yeah,
that?
today, so the FBI is in charge of the investigation, not the Secret Service. From my understanding, the Congress has issued a subpoena for Kim Cheadle to testify before them on their internal investigation, but the FBI has been charged with it, and the FBI has also participated in 2 indictments against Trump. So the same FBI that is working to indict Trump is now going to investigate his assassination.
Right.
And they're going to be like, it was not even assassination. It was an innocent shooting. You know?
He fell down from loud noise.
Fell down.
It was a mostly peaceful assassination.
Trump ignited the firefight.
That's right. Trump himself is being indicted for the assassination attempt.
Pretty sure.
This was actually a normal incident where a fellow was cleaning his gun on the roof. It accidentally discharged 8 times. We have no idea.
It's never happened to you before? Like, it happened to me all the time.
Whoops.
But I don't have any neighbors.
Yeah, that's how it's going to have to go out. I mean, the thing is that with so much YouTube video that and you know, props to Musk, man. He's literally said, I'm not taking anything down. Like, you can't make me take things down. And props to him for keeping everything up. And so we have the raw YouTube or the raw video footage from the people at the event. And so it's harder for them to spin a narrative. If they're going to spin a narrative.
Yeah, it'll be interagency breakdown, just like with Big Nine, right? Which will call for more interagency cooperation. And
we need to create another 3-letter agency to make sure all the 3-letter agencies talk better to each other.
Mm-hmm. The FDA.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. So, what are your thoughts on, you know, Trump's just he's part of the globalist agenda, and he can't, you know, and I'm not saying you can't have your criticisms or something like that, but what would all of you say that to somebody that said, I'm not quite sure that's the case? A couple different reasons. Why are they pushing so hard? Why are they like, if somebody was a globalist on their side, they wouldn't be going this hard after them. And 2, as far as being under the tribe, everybody's going to if you're going to want to get anywhere and do anything, you're going to have to start make deals with. That doesn't mean that you're completely with that or something like that. I'm just curious, how would you guys respond to those kinds of objections to those criticisms, with the caveat saying doesn't mean you have to trust him, that he's completely a good guy, or you can't form criticisms, but is he just
the new boss is the same as the old boss kind of thing.
Well, I mentioned that I personally don't see him as a globalist per se in regards to certain groups of people and having strong affiliations with them. I mean, that's the same rigmarole. But he is one of the only politicians that has said that Benjamin Netanyahu has no interest in a peace treaty with the Palestinians and that he's going to eradicate them if somebody doesn't stop him. Like Trump said that in an interview. Now, we know his affiliation with Israel and Jared Kushner and his family. We all know all that. And I mentioned earlier that I think some of the biggest threats to the globalist BlackRock system is that he wants, manufacturing done inside of America. He's critical of the Federal Reserve. He's pro cryptocurrency. He's, again, just the mimetic effect that he's alpha. He's pro masculinity. So I don't see him as a globalist. I do, as you've already recognized, there's plenty of things I disagree with him on as an Orthodox Christian, a little bit more right wing than he is. But I see that fundamentally he isn't part of that group.
I think the first thing you have to understand is that what Trump is, and Trump is not a conservative.
Right.
Trump's a moderate.
Yes.
At best. And he's a moderate Democrat at more likely, right? But he's as conservative as conservatives can get elected in the current environment.
Great
this
point.
This is how fucked up everything is. So once you realize that, then a lot of what he does makes more sense, right? He's not a socialist, he's anti-socialist, but that doesn't mean he's not a moderate Democrat.
Right.
He is, I believe, at best he's a moderate.
Right.
But
I mean,
so
if
once you
anything, he falls
understand
under
that,
a Reagan Democrat, wouldn't he?
I mean, you can call him whatever you want, but and here's the thing: the real thing is I think he gained a lot of criticism because he said some things that he wasn't able to make happen when and the reason he got criticism for that, and other politicians really generally don't, is he did make a lot of the things that he said he would make happen. But when it came to draining the swamp, when it came to some of the other things, which
building walls,
the thing is I think
warp speed.
I think he underestimated the depth of rot that is Washington, D.C.
Right.
He's a deal maker. He's used to people. What does it take to get this done? Right. And you can go into Washington and say that, hey, what does it take to get this deal done? And they'll tell you, and then they'll turn around and change the deal. And I think that caught him out. The same thing with his staffing, right? He gets a lot of criticism for his staffing. Okay, great. Yeah, he fucked up, but he did that not out of stupidity, but just this is how you hire people. And he's used to being, first of all, he's also used to being able to just fire people. Like, okay, I put you in, I give you 6 months, you fucked up, you're out, right? You can't do that in Washington. And I think he got a lot of criticism for that, and I don't think that was fair. I think it's fair to say that he promised to drain the swamp, he didn't drain the swamp, but I want everyone to understand and realize and be intellectually honest with yourself that nobody's going to fucking drain the swamp. It's going to have to be destroyed. You're going to have to literally go in and change legislate change, and you're not going to get it by just having a president involved to do it. A president can't do it. Anybody that says they can do it's lying through their fucking teeth. And once we realize that, now Trump makes a lot more sense. He just does. But you can't. I'm a constitutional conservative. To me, Trump's the best I can get, and he's not a conservative. I would much rather have almost anyone else up there, but unfortunately, they cannot get elected.
Right.
And that's the game that we have to play. We have to get the best guy that we can get elected.
I think that's what makes it so dangerous this second go around is because now he kind of knows which levers to pull when he gets in there.
I think he's way more dangerous.
So they really want to get him.
They tried to
really
kill
want
him.
To keep him away from that seat. Yeah.
Yeah, they tried to kill him. They tried to put him in jail. I mean, I think, and according to Steve Bannon, who's in jail right now, according to his talks with Trump, they plan on prosecuting all these people that are working against him right now and trying to put him in jail. So according to Steve
never
Bannon,
forget either.
Right. Who's very close with Eric Prince. Again, I've said that name multiple times, but Eric Prince was with Bannon when they went to jail just on July 1st. And according to Bannon, he says explicitly that they have a plan that's already laid out on how they're going to begin to attack and prosecute people. So take that for what you will.
If he gets in, we'll see if his staffing is loaded with people from the Council on Foreign Relations, and we'll find out whether or not that's going to be the case.
Right.
One other threat that I know you mentioned about him bringing industry back, but another thing he said, which would be a threat to the establishment if it were to actually happen, is where he mentioned the idea of essentially funding the U.S. government on tariffs again and removing the income tax. Because the purpose of the income tax is not for maximizing funding for the U.S. government. The purpose of the income tax is to prevent new money power structures being formed that can compete with the established families. And I can assure you, you know, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, what have you, they are not paying income taxes. So income taxes are to keep new people from entering into the money politics that is Democratic Republican politics.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I have a slightly different take in the sense that I think, first of all, Trump is a pragmatist. He flirts with a new right movement, but if you actually read the new right thinkers, first of all, they say everything that is against what Trump is supposed to stand, in the sense that Trump is an Americanist who actually doesn't believe he has the power to, let's say, pursue that goal. So he might be anti-war, but the only reason he's anti-war, he might justify it to himself from moral grounds or whatever, but it's just the fact that the U.S. cannot really hold the world as it did after the post-World War II situation. So in that sense, I think that Trump is kind of like a lukewarm version of the neoconservative position of doing just like the American cultural imperialism. And in that sense, like, of course, I would always love to support the sentiment of patriotism and such, but Trump just simply wants to be like in the game. He really doesn't have any, let's say, long-lasting convictions. And when it comes to the globalism issue, I'd say that his support for Israel should tell you everything that you need to know in the first place. It's like you cannot be, let's say, pro-Israel and not have a globalist bent. Like, what does it?
What are you defining as globalism?
Well, what I define as globalism is, let's say, holding the world to one only pole of power. Let's say.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think he's a nationalist. I think he's a '90s Democrat nationalist myself.
I think that's what he has to, let's say, come to terms with, because he just simply cannot get away with the fact that the U.S. simply can't have enough power.
I was going to say, to add to Patrick's point, playing the game with Israel doesn't mean that you're a globalist, right? It just means you have to be politically savvy, right? So we always have to keep that in mind. I mean, if you know anything about politics, to get certain stuff done, you're going to have to actually make deals and play the game. So
but that presupposes. I'm sorry, Father, but that presupposes that Israel is a real player in the game, and really, what Israel has is simply lobbying groups. So basically, the only way that Israel can, let's say, exist is because the U.S. props it up. It really doesn't have any, let's say, substantial power by itself. The land itself is worth very little. It's not very
okay.
productive.
So what was your argument again? That therefore he's a globalist, or on the side?
The fact that he wants to, let's say, defend Israel proves to me that he wants, let's say, to protect American hegemony, but he simply doesn't have the power to actually enact that policy. So it's not that he has a political conviction towards multipolarity. Let's say he just simply. He's looking out for his country, which is a logically realpolitik sense. It's like, okay, you have a more nationalist position within a frame that is already, let's say, geopolitically vying for supremacy. You see what I mean?
The way I look at it, it doesn't matter if he's a globalist, a statist, whatever it is. At the end of the day, I don't trust anybody further than I could throw him. So, and Trump is a big dude, so it's always going to come down to just trust but verify, right?
Sure. No, I agree. I mean, I have skepticism. I lean more again with Father Deacon. I don't see the support of Israel as necessarily indicative of globalism. And obviously, Israel has more behind them than just the country. I mean, if you're familiar with central banking, we don't need to get into all of that, but there's more of a force than just the Israeli lobby that's connected with other things that re-empower it.
That would be my point. Like, how would you conceive of globalism without that, let's say, banking technocracy?
Do you use money? You're in Spain. You're using the same central bank currency. Are you a globalist?
No,
I mean, my point is utilizing the system that already exists. Doesn't necessarily make you a globalist.
No, but actually, like liberalism, to me, my contention is that liberalism leads to globalism. So wherever you stand even if you're like a moderate liberal or a conservative, an American conservative, you're still within the liberal spectrum of a world ruled by banking elites. So
sure. No,
that's my contention.
Yeah, I agree with the presuppositional critique, but I don't think Trump's operating at that level.
The way to take it, like if you're living in the West, is look out for opportunities. The fact is, we live in a dying empire, and there is always opportunities. And it's about putting yourself, making yourself, your community, your parish, your manor bund as anti-fragile as possible, so that you can capitalize on opportunities that come. I have relatives who made bank, 2007, 2009, when property prices crashed, and they were in a strong position where they were able to move in cash and carve themselves out a little empire. That's the idea. Like, are you every action you're taking? One thing to think about, especially if you're a head of household, is this something that is strengthening my position or weakening my position? And just the stronger of a position you're in, for when bad times come and the flood comes, the dikes break, there's going to be opportunities for you and your own, and you can where you can capitalize on, secure something for your own family, and then from the access that you have, your parish, your community, your friends who are unfortunately make dumb decisions and put themselves in weaker positions, or your friends who are in weaker positions because of things that are beyond their control. So that's the thing to think about when you're looking at, like, when I look at the Trump v. Biden debate, like, it's not even a matter of like, how it's going to go down is out of my control. But if Trump wins, there's going to be certain kinds of opportunities that are going to pop up that I want to capitalize on. If the deep state keeps Biden going, there's going to be other opportunities of a different kind, which will pop up, and I will capitalize on as well. And the goal at the end of the day is, I got certain duties as a father and a husband, and as a member of my parish, and to my friends, and to my neighbors. So it's like, well, that's what matters to me. It's like, whatever happens, the idea is like, my focus is not on who's going to win or who I can trust. Like, who I can trust doesn't even matter in regards to Democratic politics or Republican politics. The question is, how do I capitalize on what happens, given the possibilities of what is going to happen?
Completely agreed. That is super practical advice. My only point would be, like, to buttress my previous argument about like Trump being more of a globalist. There are only few systems that are political. You've got monarchy, you got liberalism, you got fascism, and you've got communism, and you can like try to like make mountains out of molehills of the difference of the smaller systems. But if you're not a monarchist, you're either a fascist, a communist, or a liberal. And if you say, well, I'm a conservative, you're still a liberal in a sense. You're pro the liberal structures of power. You're pro a certain kind of technocracy that presupposes itself to be a democracy. And I agree with you, DPH, that Trump isn't, let's say, challenging those things because he's a true believer, let's say, in a sense of that conservatism. But I would say he still wants to further, let's say, his nationalism through the lens of, let's say, Western democracy, Western liberal democracy. And that's his frame. So in that sense, I'd say he's a nationalist who wants his country to rule the world.
I don't know. I don't know if he wants American globalism.
I would soundly disagree with that. I think he wants America to be completely free of all encumbrances.
Yeah, I think he's more of an isolationist, pro-national.
Yeah, he's absolutely isolationist and nationalist. I think you're completely wrong. I would love for you to point out an instance where, other than Israel, obviously, which is something that I think he feels out of religion, But other than that, can you point out anything that he's done?
Well, but there you have it.
No.
Other than Israel.
Other than Israel's a religious thing. I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna. I don't feel like that has anything to do with how he's governing the country. That shows globalism. You can't see where he's not negotiated a trade deal that doesn't benefit the U.S. and screw the other side of the world. You can't say where he's. You can't give me an example of where he went to deal with Putin and bowed before Putin and let Putin bend him over and fuck him. You can't point to that. You can't point to where he's allowed the English or any foreign country to do anything except what he wanted them to in his term in office. He literally changed the entire world view of how we interact with NATO. We were about to withdraw from NATO. Remember all of the furor that we were going to withdraw from NATO? Remember that? I mean, this is
let me
you can't say the man's globalist when he is literally everything he does is isolationism, is literally saying I don't want the US to be involved in any of this shit.
Just because
that's a bad argument.
No, just first of all, I think it's a false equivalency. Like you said, except for Israel. Well, Israel is a paradigmatic example because you cannot prove that the U.S. has literal interests in defending Israel. It has no real interest.
Do we have people over there fighting right now?
Dude, you're sending money all the time.
Okay, we've sent money to fucking everybody. That's a bad argument. We've sent Israel's a drop in the bucket till we sent Ukraine, and Ukraine's a dictatorship that Obama and Biden installed.
Yeah, well, my point is that
I would love to hear the point.
Yeah, if you start interrupting me,
can I make the argument? There's only one way you can make it. That's why I'm asking. Like, there's only one thing he did that would reinforce your argument.
I think that Trump is a pragmatist, and as a pragmatist, he understands that he wants to use institutions in the same way that Meloni wants to use institutions. The problem is the institutions are not set up for him to take advantage of them. So if he ever says something like, "I want to pull out of this," I don't know, NATO stuff. He didn't. Like, the U.S. is still in NATO.
But then we were really close to being completely out.
He forced them to pay their 2%.
Yeah.
Well, in regards to the globalism, it would make sense if he was more on the globalist side that he would want to extend the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria. And so how would you, Ivan, reconcile his anti-war bringing the troops home with creating an American global empire?
Well, because globalism is not like a synonymous to traitor. It's just simply a position of who you think should rule the world. And I think that Trump has a position.
Right, but you're not answering the question. How does that relate to pulling troops back and being anti-war and wanting to come out of NATO, which is a global institute, criticizing the World Health Organization, And I'm not here to be a Trump stan. I have my own criticisms with him, but I'm not connecting the logic in your argument.
In the same way that Meloni said that she was a nationalist, and
but she didn't do it. Trump actually did try to bring the troops home. I mean, it was the military-industrial complex that stopped him.
Yeah, but that's already like a cop-out. Like intentions and this.
That's reality, brother.
Yeah,
that's reality.
He ordered all troops to leave Syria, and those orders were ignored.
That's not a cop-out, brother. That is reality. A cop-out is if he said, well, I tried.
But we're going to go ahead with it. That's not.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead with it. I signed it any fucking way. But he didn't sign it. He said, no, fuck no. Not only did he say no, he said, fuck no. Bring them home. And they said no.
Well, perhaps I have a higher bar of what an actual leader is. I don't think leaders fail to do stuff. They simply don't. Like, if you're really the leader, you get that stuff done.
Well,
get your priorities
straight. You know how the U.S. government works. I mean, the president isn't a dictator. There's a lot of levers that have to be pushed before you can actually make essential. And do you reject the idea of a deep state? Because based on your claim of what a true leader is, that would mean that there is no deep state that's working in
If Trump
opposition to
wanted to
nationalism.
clean, if Trump really wanted to clean the swamp, he would have done so.
Well, I
He just
agree
wants
that
to
he was
use the swamp.
naive. No doubt he was naive.
Yeah, I agree that it was naive. Yeah, 100%.
No doubt. I mean, he hired all the wrong people. I mean, he hired Bolton. I mean, Nikki Haley was the UN representative. I mean, he hired terrible people.
On
But
bad
also-
information. To be fair, those people were handed to him.
Right.
He didn't go seek them out.
Correct.
Let's just be fair about that.
Well, are we going to ignore Jared Kushner? Like he
Again-
has nothing against technocracy. He has nothing against technocracy. He simply wants to use technocracy for his ideas. Like he has a different brand of technocracy. That's the difference. He's not anti-technocracy.
America was always a technocratic state.
Yeah,
Like
from the get-go.
I don't
1789,
understand where
it
you're.
was a semi-bonafide
I don't see the
technocratic state.
point.
That's the thing. So, like Ivan, the fact is, like the system that is what is. The question is, you know, like if you're looking for like a pure monarchist point, like the fact is, realistically speaking, like if one has the monarchist position, and I'm saying this who has grandparents who are monarchists, like I was raised, you know, by them. I mean, my parents were the ones who are the, you know, pro-democracy ones, but my grandparents were monarchists, and I was raised that way. Like I'm just saying, like the path to monarchy is through faith and fatherhood, because altar always comes before throne. And in terms of like, if you want to have someone who can actually take on the burden of kingship, first, you know, men have to work at being kings in their own households and actually being worthy of being kings in their own households.
Agreed.
So it took 200 years. It took 200 years from the being freed from slavery in Egypt before the Jews were ready, where God fulfilled the promise of a king in Genesis 49 via King David. So the thing is, but the point is, like, just because of that, it doesn't mean that you know, what do you call it? Like that's not even so. Like I'm someone who doesn't even vote, and I'm just telling you, like, your argument against Trump is absurd. The only thing that Trump has done that was genuinely globalist was his assassination of Soleimani.
Yeah,
it was his one and only war crime that he committed, which it makes him the least bloody president in all of U.S. history, even George Washington.
That may be the case, Jose, but my point is, if you're promoting Jews, if you're promoting women in positions of power, if you're promoting...
We get it. You hate the Jews. We get that. We understand you hate those guys. Fine.
No,
cool.
I don't hate those guys.
Well, obviously you do, because that's literally your only point is it's all about the Jews.
It's global homo. It's global homo. It's an ideology. It's Americanism. It's like
right,
having
he's a
the
90s
price tag on
Democrat.
every embassy.
Yeah. No, we agree. We would concede that. We'd grant you that. I mean, he's pro LGBTQ. Yeah, sure. But what does that have to do with? Yeah,
but that's not enough to make somebody a globalist. And again, at the very best, it just means he's playing politics, right?
Yeah, you can be a pro LGBTQ nationalist.
You're just saying, like, the way he governed as president was all, which Grid Motorsports is right about that. Like, every deal that was made was all in the favor of the U.S. You have to work within a global system now. So, but working within the system doesn't necessarily make you a proponent of it, I guess.
Yes, it does. It performatively does.
No, it doesn't.
So then is he supposed to take office and then just sit on his hands for 4 years? And just say, well, I don't want to participate because this is a globalist system and I'm not a globalist.
But no, you have to undermine it from within.
But that's our point, that there's a force that's in opposition to anybody doing that. That's the real globalist influence on the world.
If you look at the behaviors of other presidents, especially the ones right before him, you know, and comparatively, like, yeah, everything he did was backwards in comparison. Everything was actually beneficial to us instead of just dumping money across the world.
Do you think that Trump wouldn't say that, for example, the world needs to respect LGBT rights?
I would say that he would. I don't think he would say the world. I think he would say countries that have their own values are able to have their own values. I don't think he's going to push LGBTQ rights on China or Saudi Arabia.
He didn't push it on Uganda.
Oh, he did?
He did not.
Oh, he did not.
He did. He would have, but if he was about that and about pushing it, he would have pushed it then, because the State Department, you know, went nuts. But he himself did not push it in Uganda.
I don't understand which brand of nationalism he's defending.
He's a civic nationalist, like an American nationalist.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a.
Does anybody like recognize the fact that only crazy people and liberals, actually all liberals are crazy, but they all have been the shooters? The guy that shot Scalise, liberal, Bernie Sanders fan.
Super fan, Bernie Sanders super fan.
Yeah. We've yet to see a shooter who exudes traditional masculine values. That's for sure.
Yeah, so I'm
like a man's man. We've yet to see
Yeah.
a significant shooter that.
Well, because those guys are typically at work, you know.
Usually busy, living life, taking care of their families. You know,
strong men are more peaceful. They're more gentle. They know how much damage they can do, and they're more gentle. Like it's
usually what happens is the government has to go to those people, and then there's stories about it for years and years about how they were crazy people, and then all of a sudden it comes out that actually, you know, they came burning the house down, and the government fired the first shot.
See, like I'm not really all about, you know, restricting, you know, people's Second Amendment rights, but if I was, I think we should just have us banned on liberals, right? If you're a liberal, it seems like you shouldn't own a gun because y'all don't got your emotions in check enough, and you guys end up just doing bad shit with them. So
I was going to say, just as a quick thing to Thomas Henderson, so that like a European monarchist right-wing view does exist in the United States, but that's in Tejano land, where you have a whole lot of people who are loyal to the Spanish crown against the Masonic revolutionaries. But yeah, it's a very tiny minority of the United States population. But I'd also say, Ivan, I don't think you're the best advocate for it on this panel for debating it.
I just don't know how it's relevant either way to what, because the discussion was just basically whether or not Trump is a globalist. If he's a globalist or a nationalist.
Pretty obviously he's not.
And
I'm sorry, that was my
he's
fault.
a nationalist.
I started that. I'm sorry.
No. It was.
Hey,
another thing you invented or created.
Another thing I invented, debate. Forgive me, brothers and sisters. Good having me on, Patrick.
Yeah,
I got to practice my mandolin while I read Machiavelli, which is
Father Deacon. Since you brought up Machiavelli, have you read his Discourses on Livy?
Yes, I think I've read all of Machiavelli. I really like Machiavelli. Like, not that I'm a Machiavellian, but I've learned so much from Machiavelli, and rereading stuff too, like revisiting stuff is quite insightful too. Again, going back to the classics and reading through political philosophy and even Machiavelli, like I think it'll give us a lot of kind of insights into kind of understanding current situations and stuff like that. So anyways, but I'm a sucker for great books and history and stuff. So
yeah, I was just going to recommend in his Discourses, Book 1, Chapter 12, because Machiavelli makes the same arguments that St. Gregory Palamas made about Rome would become essentially a fount of atheism. And he also makes the same argument as Dostoevsky that Rome effectively took the third temptation of Christ by taking on temporal power. And that in Machiavelli's view, the root problem of the Roman Church was that temporal power. So I recommend you rereading Book 1 if you ever want to use that in your own apologetic works in the future, because he explicitly says it. I was in shock reading him saying it, and I get why it was suppressed initially when he wrote it.
Yeah, and just reading his history too is quite amazing too, like what he went through. And anyways, Patrick, so good to, by the way, everybody was asking, we've got to get you back from Montana next year. Don't let me forget to, if there is a world left next year to get you out here. But everybody loves you. They missed you so much, and they give their love to you. And
appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
you. Yeah, thank you everybody else for your contributions tonight and having me on.
Nice to meet you, Father. Big fan, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, brother. Yeah, God bless you guys and keep you, okay?
All right, later, FDA. God bless you and the family. Tell your wife I said hi.
Will do. Thanks, brother. God bless.
All right, see ya. or we got a few super chats. I'll just read those because our Orthodox boomer grandmother is waiting to go to bed, and she threw in $20 and says, "Thank you guys. Those female Secret Service agents with their big hair buns and flipping ponytails were lame." Yeah, no doubt about that. But thank you so much, Alexandria. God bless you, and hope Union of All Icons is going well. Everybody get your icons at uniofallalicons.com. Wicked Wally throws in $5, says, Grid 1 outlining all the reasons this guy most likely didn't have a dad to teach him or he would have been properly trained. I believe that was talking about the shooter and your marksmanship. It was but we'll say that Wicked Wally, the Timothy Crooks, did have a father. He's a psychologist, libertarian, had 20 registered guns, 12 of which were in the possession of his son. So maybe he was an absent father. We have no idea about the...
Weren't both of his parents psychologists?
Yeah. And one of the interesting things that hadn't been making the rounds on X that I found is the interview of his father's brother, so Timothy's uncle, who said that they have basically estranged themselves from the rest of the family. They haven't talked in years. Nobody really knows what they do, and that they're very, very private people. And that he said they basically just, the nuclear family just sticks together. So nobody really knew what was going on. I found that interesting that his dad's brother said, I don't know. I haven't talked to him in years. They're kind of loners themselves as a family. So interesting. And then Tapio throws in $2. It's starting to feel a lot like white boy summer. That's for sure. And thank you, Angel Berber, for becoming a COTEL crew member. And Siege D said, Trump, build the wall and keep out American nachos. And over on Streamlabs, Noah H said, while this was certainly a setup, meaning that someone allowed this to happen, I don't buy the online schizo arguments that Trump was in on it. I'm not really a Trump fan, but that was an act of divine intervention. Agreed. Trump was supposed to take that bullet. And then Storm the Cat for $3 said, I'm glad that he failed and Trump survived. And then Avinia threw in $5, no comment. And so that is where we're now up to speed on all the super chats. You guys have, I mean, we were going almost 4 hours now. Feel free, anybody that's still final thoughts, anything you guys want to say about the conversation or something that hadn't been brought up you want to address, feel free.
They keep saying registered guns to his dad. I mean, do they register in Pennsylvania? I'm not familiar with that.
I don't know. I'm in Indiana. We're constitutional carry, so the only...
I'm in Tennessee, so...
Yeah, same. It doesn't make sense to me.
I wouldn't be surprised if Philadelphia. I wouldn't be surprised if Pennsylvania have to register all weapons.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So 20's lightweight, though. I mean, he's got to pump up those numbers.
Yeah, those are rookie numbers.
They really are.
Bill Gates, we got to get those numbers up.
Yeah. Only 20. That's okay.
But
yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts, concluding comments or insights on the topic? Anything you guys want to share before hopping off?
Hey, man, I really appreciate you popping me up. You know, I've actually never been on your stream before. I just saw it in Glenn's Discord, and I just got back in for the night and was like, you know what? I got a few minutes. I'll pop on.
Well, appreciate you hopping on. I've seen you over on the Crucible, so appreciate you hopping on and sharing your insights.
Yeah, I'm on there. I'm not on there as much anymore, but because I'm busy doing I'm trying to get my own show off the ground. So.
Well, thanks, Glenn, for sharing it in your Discord, brother. Really appreciate that.
Glenn's asleep.
No, I'm not. Shut up, Grid. No, man. I enjoy your content. I've been following you for a minute. I think Andrew might have turned me on to you.
Yeah, Andrew told me who it was.
Actually, no. You know what it was? I started watching you in January. You had Rachel on. And I just had Rachel on. We were talking about the trad wives, and then you guys were talking about the trad wives. So, yeah, no, that's why. That's how I remember you. Yeah, but no, I enjoy your content. You're a solid dude, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you, brother. You as well. Appreciate you guys hopping on.
Oh yeah.
I apologize also if I was a little too assertive with Ivan there.
No. Ivan likes the debate, so this is par for the course. This is totally normal. No.
Stop being a grumpy old man.
I can't help it. I'm a grumpy old man. That's just the way it is.
Happens to the best of us.
No, Ivan's a good dude. He's a good Orthodox brother. We welcome difference of opinions in debate, so it's all good. I don't think he has any hard feelings about it at all.
Yeah, it's good because I know I come across various
You're an asshole. Just say it.
I am an asshole. I am. I'll own that. I'll own it. That's me. I had to put my hat on though. You know.
I saw that. I had to squint to read it, and then I read.
Yeah. Yeah. So, signed by the Nuge.
Oh, Ted Nugent. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Ted Nugent put these out, and I got one.
That's hilarious.
I'm surprised you're not wearing your Haktua hat.
Oh, I got that. Hang on.
Oh God.
Oh jeez.
So now Elizabeth Warren has a tribe that she could actually call her own.
There we go. They're local to me. They're actually the people who make the hats. That's signed as well. The people who make the hats, they're doing my merch.
Good. I was about to ask you where the hat better not be made in China.
Well, I mean, I don't know if the core hat is, but they're stitched right over there in the. I can't tell you where in Tennessee. I won't do that. But.
Yeah, don't dox yourself.
I was gonna say there was something ironic and pretty funny about this whole situation when it came to that. All the merch that people were making, a lot of people that were saying America first, and they were printing the Trump sticker. You know what I mean? The picture of him holding his fist up, and they're getting them all bulk, ordered from China. And I'm like, come on, guys, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm making merch too right now for that. Like
at least get them made by a t-shirt company in America. Okay.
That's what I'm doing.
Good.
Yeah. The guy that's going to do all my, so I was going to do like Printify or whatever. But there's through the Haktua girl who's lives within an hour of me. I found who does her merch, and literally they're not even an hour from my house. So I can go over and they'll do all my stuff right there and I can check it out. So it's really cool.
That's great.
But if I were going to make them in China, my wife's Chinese, so we could speak the language. I own property over there. It's
you damn commie.
I might get a discount. You never know.
You heard it here. Breaking Grid One, proud supporter of the CCP.
I wouldn't say I support them, but
you're participating.
I own property there. So
Thomas Henderson throws in $10 as a token and appreciation for a great discussion. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, thank you, Thomas, for the support. Jose, you got any final comments? I know you have really insightful perspectives on all these topics when you hop on. Really appreciate you and hope you and the family are well. I know you've been under the weather lately. Anything you want to share before we wrap up the stream?
Thank you. And all I'd say is the thing to think about, especially for men who are heads of households, is just get as strong as you can, strengthen your community as much as you can, and be patient, because there is a time coming for opportunities. Like I know people who got even something like taking like housing markets. I know people who got impatient in regards to getting a home, and now they're in Austin, and now they're in huge trouble. So it's a matter of you want to make yourself as anti-fragile as possible.
Yep.
So whatever action you take, like lifting weights, that makes you more anti-fragile. Getting out of debt, that makes you more anti-fragile. Staying out of debt, building liquid, dry powder. That's what's Warren Buffett, for example. Even he's keeping a lot of money right now in dry powder, getting ready to pounce on stuff. There's a lot of times that are coming in the future, and despite a lot of people are going to suffer during hard times, but if you endure it and you get through, you can turn out much better.
Well, appreciate it, Jose. Gentlemen, anything you guys want to say before we hop off? Feel free. Go ahead.
I wanted to shill, if I may. I'm starting a channel that deals with political philosophy through the lens of Orthodox Christianity. So if you guys want to subscribe, I'm going to start pumping out videos this week. The channel name's Christ is King, and hope to see you there.
That wasn't already taken?
No.
Christ is King.
I would thought Zerka would have already claimed that.
Oh gosh.
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
The only thing I gotta say is I got a stream starting in about 10 minutes. So
everybody go over to your channel. How can they get to your channel? Share the link in the live chat.
Yeah. I will drop the link right now. How about that?
I'll take a moment to shill since everyone else is doing it. I
it.
haven't been streaming in a while, but I'm getting back into it, so I'll just be doing random stuff. you know, fixing the car, riding bikes, different things like that, complaining about politics, you know, and maybe doing some open panels or something. Right now, I don't have a schedule, but it's going to be, you know, kind of sporadic. And then as we get later into the year, into the winter, it should pick up and be steady schedule. I got a second child on the way, so pray for my family, all you guys.
Glory to God,
And,
brother. Congratulations.
Yeah,
congratulations.
So number 2 on the way. So that stuff's going to keep me pretty
Do you
busy,
know
but
boy
then
or girl?
eventually it'll be steady. Not yet. It's like we're like 10 weeks in or something
What's
like that.
number 1? Is it boy or girl?
Boy.
Excellent.
Yeah, boy. So I already got my son, so I could be, you know, I'll be happy either way.
Okay, here's the link. Glenn just sent it to me.
I also dropped it in the live chat too.
Oh, okay. That's what I was getting ready to do.
Yep.
All right.
And also, thanks for having me on DPH again.
Over there, anybody on the panel, it's going to be open panel. So if you guys wanted to either continue the conversation or get into some other conversations, we'll be on over there. Hey, DPH, thank you for having me on.
Hey, thank you guys for hopping on. Really appreciate you all. God bless your families.
Yes, sir. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you again.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, guys. I will see you later this week. We'll be doing an overview of some of the British Isle Orthodox saints. So as always, until next time, God bless.